Okay, so let's begin with assets. So for assets or for any other module, first of all, we have a business process, basically, uh, which is a process followed when we use any task, right?
Mhm.
So if you need to check a business process for any task, it's like BP hyphen and type the task process which you want to see. Okay, yeah. Can you see all these things? Multiple business process definitions that have been defined in Workday and which are used for different tasks, basically, be it a subtask or a main task. By subtask, I will tell you what I mean, and what's the main task also, we'll just look into it. Okay. So so these are like 35 are the business process definitions that you can find out for the asset. Now, if we look into asset registration event, that's the default one. So asset registration event, basically how you can record an asset in Workday. There are two steps basically, or I would say two ways by which you can register an asset in Workday. The first way is through a supplier invoice. You can just create a supplier invoice and then do the process. We'll go into that also. The second one is directly register an asset and record it. The registering an asset manually means you can, if in case you don't have a supplier invoice in hand, but later on you'll be getting it. But now at this current point, you need to record an asset in Workday or in your books. You can just manually register an asset. And later on, when you get a supplier invoice from a supplier, you can just link that asset with that supplier invoice so that it can be linked with that invoice. So by register asset, I mean manually you register an asset, manually you fill in all the details of an asset, the period, the depreciation method, whether it's acquisition or it's a lease based asset, for what cost center. I think you might be aware of the cost center, the work tags, everything, or go through it also. Okay, cool. Yeah. So whatever cost center is assigned to it, you have to define in that particular, like when you do that task, the location if there is, and so on, the purchase date and everything. I'll just let you know how it flows. So this is basically the business process steps that will be followed when you do a manual register of asset. Okay. So in this business process, I think you might be aware of the business process, how it works. There are certain approvals that are defined, the security groups through which it will flow. So if, for example, if we look into step B, it says that business asset is not registered and came from receivables. It needs an action and that will go to business asset tracking specialist. So, and so on, basically. Now, there might be some validations as well. Okay. So there's a report called as maintain custom validations. And if you go to asset, that's the register. Yeah, asset registration. So you can put some validations here. Okay, validations as in the restrictions. For example, if you want, like I can just create a validation right now. Before that, just let me, what I need to tell you is the critical and warning thing. What do you mean by that? Critical is you don't want the task to process before that condition is fulfilled. Cool. A validation for warning, you just want the user to get an alert that this is the thing that have been entered, but it is not correct. But that the process will go through. It will go for submit or approval thing, but it will not stop the process or stop the task. You can put any validations accordingly. Okay. So once you have put it, it will show up when you do the task. If you want to put the validations, just click on new validation, put the description, and accordingly you can put the condition and so on. Manually registering an asset, there's a task called as register asset. Before that, I don't know why it's not showing up in this tenant, but view sec for Secura. Register of asset. It's pretty slow today. Okay. Yeah, so this is the task that we need to use to register an asset manually. Register asset. So whenever there's a task, I think Shalu might be knowing about, if you are in Workday, you might be knowing about view sec for Secura. It's for registering an asset manually, it's register asset task, the name itself. But register an asset is one task. We can switch to the other one, that is through an invoice that you can create it. So the process flows like you need to create a requisition first. Like it depends upon company to company or the process, how the company follows. Some do not follow all the, like they only create supply invoice in Workday and then link it. But whole process for P2P or procurement is like you need to create a requisition. This is the task. Once you'll you can populate the details automatically for this task as well. You need not, if you want to change it, you can change it, but creating a requisition, whosoever will create a requisition, the details gets automatically populated. Mandatory details will. Okay. If you want to change the cost center, you can do it. Now, while creating a requisition, you need to select a catalog or an item for which you are creating a requisition. Let's say laptop, and we'll put laptop as an asset. We are taking it as an asset. Select it. I've added this item to my cart. I'll go to the cart, check out. You can just again see all the details are fine. Okay. You can just type the memo if you want. This is the good line. Spend category. Are you guys aware of spend category, revenue category? So this is another spend categories. You need to create it. And okay, now I need to tell you how to do that. Whenever you create a requisition now, it takes the name of the requester, or I would say the initiator who is initiating the task.
Yeah.
Okay. So once that name is picked up, it takes all the details. Now I can show you how. And these, I think, you are HCM guys, you know, whenever you create an employee, you need to fill all the details, the employee company, the once the company is set, the currency, the address, right? So this is the employee. This is the task which we are using. And if we look into the security, can you see employee as self? And there are multiple other security groups that have been granted permission. So all employees, yeah, can create a requisition. And the ones that have been assigned these security groups as well. And if you go into that report, you will be having all the details of the items that have been for which the requisition can be raised by an employee. So if in case you don't want all the employees to create a requisition for all the items, you can just restrict it through a validation. So whenever an employee will be creating a requisition for a particular item and that's not for his use, you can just put a validation for it and stop it for moving that process ahead. So now we are into this page. I would like to just explain you the spend categories. Spend categories are the items for which you'll be creating an invoice. Like the items, basically they are related to the supplier thing. Similar is the case with the revenue items. You'll be having a revenue category as well. For the customer invoices, we use that revenue categories. Spend categories, you can restrict them as per the usage as well. Okay. So if you want a particular spend category that should be used for procurement usage only, that is for requisition, purchase order, and so on. This is the thing. You just have to one. Okay. Yeah, so this is the spend category. If you look into this 3D filament, it has been allowed for ad hoc payment, expenses, procurement, supply, invoices, right? So it depends. You can restrict the usage as well for a particular spend categories. If you don't want, you can do it. Yeah. See, basically, the relation between hierarchies and spend category depends upon the business, how they want to differentiate it. If they want a particular, like in this example, so in this example, what they have done is there are 5 laptops, different laptops, 2 of which are not under hierarchies and rest are like 3 of them are not under any hierarchy, but rest of them are. So if the business require that there should be one hierarchy for laptops, you can just put all the laptops under that parent laptop hierarchy. For this spend category, we do have a parent that is 3D print, and this 3D filament has a subchild, I would say, as an item. In items, so as Shalu mentioned that if she wants a mouse that should be used for like in every laptop, you can just map that, put an item here as a mouse. This is a requisition that I'm creating it, right? So whenever you pick up a spend category, in the requisition, you'll see an item and a purchase item, like if there is a purchase item mentioned.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which Workday module allows you to track inventory, costs, and financial impact across the supply chain? Option A, procurement. Option B, supplier management. Option C, inventory. Option D, spend management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. Are you ready to master the art of supply chain management? Our SAP SCM course is the perfect fit for you. Whether you're a beginner or looking to advance your skills, this self-paced course on Teachable has got you covered. In this course, you'll delve into the world of SAP SCM, your ultimate toolkit for efficient supply chain operations. From ensuring optimal inventory levels to streamlining distribution, we've got all the essentials covered. Our comprehensive curriculum is designed by industry experts, so you'll be learning from the best. But don't just take our word for it. Hear what our students have to say. They found our course incredibly valuable in advancing their careers. And the best part? This invaluable opportunity comes at an affordable price. Investing in your education has never been easier. Ready to take your supply chain management skills to the next level? Enroll in our SAP SCM course today. For more details, head over to Zarentech's website.
So for assets or for any other module, first of all, we have a business process, basically, which is a process followed when we use any task, right? So if you need to check a business process for any task, it's like BP hyphen and type the task process which you want to see. Multiple business process definitions that have been defined in Workday and which are used for different tasks, basically. Cool. Be it a subtask or a main task. By subtask, I will tell you what I mean, and what's the main task. Also, we'll just look into it. Okay. So if I So these are like 35 are the business process definitions that you can find out for the asset. Now, if we look into asset registration event, that's the default one. So asset registration event, basically how you can record an asset in Workday. There are two steps basically, or I would say two ways by which you can register an asset in Workday. The first way is through a supplier invoice. You can just create a supplier invoice and then do the process. We'll go into that also. The second one is directly register an asset and record it. The registering an asset manually means you can, if in case you don't have a supplier invoice in hand, but later on you'll be getting it. But now at this current point, you need to record an asset in Workday or in your books. You can just manually register an asset. And later on, when you get a supplier invoice from a supplier, you can just link that asset with that supplier invoice so that it can be linked with that invoice. Cool? Yeah. So by register asset, I mean manually you register an asset, manually you fill in all the details of an asset, the period, the depreciation method, whether it's acquisition or it's a lease-based asset, for what cost center. I think you might be aware of the cost center, the work tags, everything, or do I need to just go through it also? Okay, cool. Yeah. So whatever cost center is assigned to it, you have to define in that particular, like when you do that task, the location if there is, and so on, the purchase date and everything. I'll just let you know how it flows. So this is basically the business process steps that will be followed when you do a manual register of asset. Okay. So in this business process, I think you might be aware of the business process, how it works. There are certain approvals that are defined, the security groups through which it will flow. So if, for example, if we look into step B, it says that business asset is not registered and came from receivables. It needs an action and that will go to business asset tracking specialist. So, and so on, basically. Cool. Now, there might be some validations as well. Okay. So there's a report called as maintain custom validations. And if you go to asset, that's the asset registration. So you can put some validations here. Okay, validations as in the restrictions. For example, if you want, like I can just create a validation right now. Before that, just let me, what I need to tell you is the critical and warning thing. What do you mean by that? Critical is you don't want the task to process before that condition is fulfilled. Cool. If you set a validation for warning, you just want the user to get an alert that this is the thing that have been entered, but it is not correct. But that the process will go through. It will go for submit or approval thing, but it will not stop the process or stop the task. You can put any validations accordingly. So once you have put it, it will show up when you do the task. Cool. If you want to put the validations, just click on new validation, put the description, and accordingly you can put the condition and so on, basically. Manually registering an asset, there's a task called as register asset. Okay. Before that, but I am in. I don't know why it's not showing up in this tenant, but do you guys are aware of this thing? ViewSec for Secura?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Register of asset.
Any difficulty, Arohi, in the
No,
tenant
no, no,
access?
no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that I have an implementation access, but I think no. Yeah, okay. 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 Cool. Yeah. So this is the task that we need to use to register an asset manually. Station. Register asset. So whenever there's a task, I think Shalu might be knowing about, if you are in Workday, you might be knowing about ViewSec for Secura. It's for registering an asset manually, it's register asset task, the name itself. I am just looking and I've just assigned the role, but I can't view it. I don't know why. There is no company hierarchy aspect to which I can assign this. Okay, anyways. Okay, we can take this up a little late. I'll just work on this, why I'm not able to access it, even though I've given the roles. But register an asset is one task. We can switch to the other one, that is through an invoice that you can create it. So the process flows like, you need to create a requisition first. Like, it depends upon company to company or the process, how the company follows. Some do not follow all the, like, they only create supply invoice in Workday and then link it. But whole process for P2P or procurement is like, you need to create a requisition. This is the task. Once you you can populate the details automatically for this task as well. You need not, if you want to change it, you can change it, but creating a requisition, whosoever will create a requisition, the details gets automatically populated. Mandatory details will. Okay. If you want to change the cost center, you can do it. Now, while creating a requisition, you need to select a catalog or an item for which you are creating a requisition. Let's say laptop, and we'll put laptop as an asset. We are taking it as an asset. Select it. I've added this item to my cart. I'll go to the cart, check out. You can just again see all the details are fine. Okay. You can just type the memo if you want. This is the good line. Spend category. Are you guys aware of spend category, revenue category? Spend categories, you need to create it. And okay, now I need to tell you how to do that. Set again, okay, 1 second, let me just open. Whenever you create a requisition now, it takes the name of the requester, or I would say the initiator who is initiating the task.
Yeah.
Okay, so once that name is picked up, it takes all the details. Now I can show you how. And these, I think, you are HCM guys, you know, whenever you create an employee, you need to fill all the details, the employee, company, the once the company is set, the currency, the address, right? So this is the employee. So that depends upon the role that has been defined. Okay. So now if you go to view sec for Secura, right? And if you create, look for create requisition task. This is the task which we are using. And if we look into the security, multiple other security groups that have been granted permission. So all employees, yeah, can create a requisition. And the ones that have been assigned these security groups as well. If you go into that report, you will be having all the details of the items that have been, for which the requisition can be raised by an employee. So if in case you don't want all the employees to create a requisition for all the items, you can just restrict it through a validation. So whenever an employee will be creating a requisition for a particular item and that's not for his use, you can just put a validation for it and stop it for moving that process ahead.
Okay.
Cool. So now we are into this page. I would like to just explain you the spend categories. Spend categories are the items for which you'll be creating an invoice. Like the items, basically they are related to the supplier thing. Here is the case with the revenue items. You'll be having a revenue category as well. For the customer invoices, we use that revenue categories. Spend categories, you can restrict them as per the usage as well. Okay. So if you want a particular spend category that should be used for procurement usage only, that is for requisition, purchase order, and so on, this is the thing. You just have to should one. Okay. Yeah, so this is the spend category. If you look into this 3D filament, it has been allowed for ad hoc payment, expenses, procurement, supply, invoices. It depends. You can restrict the usage as well for a particular spend categories. If you don't want, you can do it. This will not be considered as your stock. You can raise a requisition, basically supplier invoice. If you are not purchasing it into a bulk, you will not be recording it in an inventory part. It will be an expense for you. Like you are using it for your expense, basically. Either you will create it as an asset, that is a fixed asset, if I would say in financial term, not an inventory, but an asset like building or something like that. Fixed asset, I would say, because inventory is not a fixed asset. First, you need to define a hierarchy.
Okay.
Yeah. Define a hierarchy, put the child spend categories into it, and then you can just move ahead. So for every item, there should be a hierarchy. It's a like parent should be there because it will be useful in reporting purposes, basically. That's used for reporting, and it is very useful that everything should have a hierarchy. One more thing I need to show you is like, can you see in spend category, there's a track items. Track items means, I think stock. Yeah, track items means you want them to be an asset or not. I think, if I'm not wrong, because I'm just looking for if I can show. One item cannot be mapped under two spend categories. Like it's logically not correct. Spend categories. Okay, let me show you now. Let's take an example for laptop. See, basically, the relation between hierarchies and spend category depends upon the business, how they want to differentiate it. If they want a particular, like in this example, so in this example, what they have done is there are 5 laptops, different laptops, 2 of which are not under hierarchies, and rest are like 3 of them are not under any hierarchy, but rest of them are. So if the business require that there should be one hierarchy for laptops, you can just put all the laptops under that parent laptop hierarchy. It totally depends upon how you want your items to be mapped under parent. If you don't want, it's up to you. If you want, map it, create a parent, put child under that parent, and it will go. Now, one more thing, this spend categories, hierarchy, and spend category. For this spend category, we do have a parent, that is 3D print, and this 3D filament has a subchild, I would say. as an item. So in items, so as Shalu mentioned that if she wants a mouse that should be used for like in every laptop, you can just map that, put an item here. It's purchase item that has been defined. If you want to create a purchase item and then link it to a spend category, when you will create, okay, I will cancel this. This is a requisition that I'm creating it. So whenever
Okay.
you pick up a spend category, in the requisition, you'll see an item and a purchase item, like if there is a purchase item mentioned. I'll just cancel this one. Let's take 3D. Now you want the item, this one, or should I take, what do you want me to pick in the catalog? So for the flow, you need to define a spend hierarchy. First, once the hierarchy is defined, you can create a spend category. And then under that spend category, you can create items. So parent will be spend hierarchy, child will be spend category, and then you have subchilds as an item. And those items are the purchase items. So if I open this, these are the purchase items. This is a purchase item.
So our agenda and the topic that has been shared with me, and we are well aware of that. If I segregate into that part, that is first the GL module that cover up the accounting and journals. Okay, here then we have different type of journals are there, different type of sources are there. So we will discuss in that part. And then we have here some advanced concept, that is reevaluation. We have translation / consolidation. Okay, don't worry about this terminologies, that what are those, but we will discuss these terminologies in detail whenever we start up the topic. Okay, and then there is a close period process. Okay, there is, in the close period process, we have two areas that we will cover up. One is the MEC, that is month-end closing, and then we have YEC, that is year-end closing. And for each module, we will cover up this report part. Reports is we will cover up standard reporting first. What are the standard reports that are available, and how we will check those standard reports. Standard reports means that offered by the Workday. But in our agenda, that is, there is another type, that is customized reports, that we are not covering in this agenda. Okay. And once we have a good command over this financial area, because this is the base area, so then we will proceed for the other module, that is AP, AR, CM, and in between we will write up and discuss the topic as well. So our first and foremost agenda is that we will understand the GL module, then we will go for one by one other areas as well. Another topic that we have already, before start of these things, we need to understand the first and foremost area, that is the structure. So what is the structure that we need to look into? There are different type of structure we have it. Let me know wherever you feel, guys, that you don't have the concept, you don't have any, you have any ambiguity. Feel free to raise your voice, and then we will discuss that point, and I will try to elaborate those areas. Okay. So when I talk about the structure part, so we have organizational structure. We have people structure. And we have financial structure. Then finally we have Workday structure. So what is the meaning of these four base structure that we have? Whenever you guys are implementing somewhere, that you must have some idea about the organizational structure that you are working on. So I'm not going into detail with the implementation phases. I hope you have the idea, but if you don't have it, then I can explain as well. What are the implementation phases that we have normally? It's a quick update, not in detail, but to give you a good idea so that we how to implement these areas, then we will proceed. So for any implementation phases, so first and foremost part, you have to study the organizational structure. The multi-organization, if I consider that at the top there is a group, and under a group we have a subsidiary. Subsidiaries means that we have some subsidiary company, like if I name a Z USA, Z for Zarantec, ZT USA, and ZT UK, just naming that. And these are our financial companies, not in the institute, okay, just to have an idea. Okay, when we have a group and when we have two different companies, then these companies have under that there must be some regions. Okay, I name it here, ZT group. Put it here as ZT group here. Then we have the company. Then we have regions. Regions is on the USA that we have central, we have east, and we have west as well. Just okay. Similarly, if I talk about that is London or Ireland, that is we segregate into different way. So it's up to you how the business is working. So when the company have there and they have the regions, then that regions have some certain you can say divisions. Divisions are nothing but that you divide into your central into different part. It's optional but not mandatory. So whatever I am discussing, that group is mandatory part if it is a multinational company, otherwise company is started from here. So if I talk about this one is the mandatory as well. Region is optional, division is optional, that if you want to maintain, otherwise it's depends on the organization. So if it has a division, then we can see that they must have departments. Why we have a department in any financial organization? That for department is only for costing purpose, meaning that I have made certain expenses and I want to distribute that expenses to certain departments so that further I will analyze into our financial reporting that we will discuss in this area, financial reporting. How we can check this financial report. So the department is there, for example, in my company, that is finance. Then we have IT. Then we have HR and sales and marketing. Now, if my department and these department are, if for both of the companies are the same, that I don't need to define separately. Okay. And after the department, each department or each region or each division may have certain locations. In Workday, what are the different type of locations that we have it? We will discuss in our Workday structure. So I will try today to focus on the structure part, then we will move on the transitional as well. So our structure should be good enough to understand, then we can proceed accordingly. So the location might be NY, New York, Washington, WD, Washington, DC. And we have London and IR. Okay. So normally in any organization, these are most of the organization have these kind of structure. Okay. Now, if I go to the people structure, so for that organization, that is my ZT group, they may have certain peoples are assigned to certain levels as well. Meaning that, for example, the group is there, then there might be a CEO or the director is there. So if I put it here this way, CEO, directors. And that structure basically take ownership of their respective org structure line. Okay. So this is my organization structure. So these are the owners of this ZT group. Similarly, if I have company, then we can see that we have a company, company head, or we can say that we have CTO. Okay, so CTO is there. So respective CTOs are I have assigned to the respective company. Then I have a regional head. That is there. This is one regional head. Then we have a department head. If I have 4 department, I would say that we have a department head as well. Respective department, finance head, IT head, HR, and respective. So these are my people structure. So they go side by side. If you implemented only HR module, then these two structure are more than enough. But if you go beyond that supply chain and the financial, then you need to include financial structure as well. So if I say that, and if I color differently, so every area that we have it, we have a respective regional areas as well. Okay, so this is my structure. Now, if I go for the financial structure, any ERP financial structure, either it's the Workday, either it's the Oracle, either it's a SAP, or any ERP structure, what are the common areas that you think that are mandatory for a financial structure? Okay, if I talk about the financial now, and if I take up the Oracle, they name it the same way. Whereas these part are not the part of financial structure, because legal entity we already defined in here in the company. So we define the company here as well, but not now. But for financial structure in Oracle or in any ERP, the 4 C's are important. 4 C's are normally utilized in Oracle, but I utilize in Workday as well, so that you guys have a good idea. What are the 4 C's? One C is you have mentioned charts of account. Other C is calendar. What is the third C? That is that is the first and foremost is that currency. And then finally, the convention. So if I give you any system, any Oracle or Workday or SAP or Peoples or whatever, then whenever you go for check their financial structure, you have to check these 4 areas first for any organization. Okay, now we will discuss one by one. What is charts of account, calendar, currency, and convention? If I pick this way here, what is charts of account? Setting of accounts, to some extent it is right, but when we talk about the transaction, yes, we will utilize this charts of account in this transaction, but not define any transaction here in this charts of account. So this is not the correct one. Now, structure of account. So whenever talk about the structure, then every structure has certain ingredients. So here, chart of account is the structure of account. Then what are the ingredients of this charts of account? So chart in any business, or as per the GAAP, General Accounting Principle, they say that any charts of account consists of 5 pillars or 5 account types. What are those? Number 1 is assets. Other one is liabilities. Then we have capital or equity. Then we have expense, and finally revenue. So my charts of account will be based on these 5 pillars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the assets, liabilities, capital, expense, and revenue? We will discuss in a while. So first, we understand that the charts of account that are there, that will be having these 5 pillars, and you have a good command over these type. Not command at every value, but you must have idea what are the assets and what are the types of assets. Okay. Similarly, what are the liabilities and what are the difference between assets and liabilities, and how we segregate the liabilities as well, similar to capital expense and revenue. We will discuss one by one in a while. So if I talk about the charts of account, then we have a calendar, currency, and convention. So whenever you join or you see any organization, then any company, they have booked their transaction based on their calendar. Calendar is something, the date or the intervals where they book their transaction. And that interval is called, some are quarter, yearly based, some are monthly based, and some are quarterly based and daily based as well. Most this you can say utilized by any company or the corporate sector utilize the monthly basis calendar, whereas quarterly, yearly, and daily basis based on the nature of the business. For example, I have a business of fruits, and the fruits season is approximately 3 to 6 months. Food processing business I have. So I would say that my business consists of 2 quarters. So I would define it accordingly. 2 quarters. Okay. So if my business is some corporate and we are running some financial institution, then we go for monthly base. And that monthly base started from 01 Jan to 30th June, so 30th December. But some business you have seen that started from 01 July to 30th June. Why is it so? Why we need to have this kind of calendar? Normally, corporate sector in any calendar divided into two part: fiscal, financial, and fiscal. Workday only adopt fiscal one. Okay, so we will discuss this calendar there. But normally we have financial always start from 1st of January and with 30th December, whereas fiscal can be started for any month. Any month means I can start on my business from 01 May till 30th December. So any corporate sector, that is the most important. 90% you will see this month or intervals defined in the system. I will show in the Workday as well. So this is my second part, that is the calendar. Now in this calendar, when we say that this is my, and we have agreed that this is my monthly calendar that I will maintain, then that calendar will be my business calendar. Then we talk about the currencies. What is the currency? Currency is simplest one is that the transaction normally we deal in that are USD. So USD is my currency. But if you are in the USA, so USD is your will be your business currency. Maybe or may not be. That is not mandatory. Why is it so? Because currency always, in any financial structure, currency always based on the business currency, not on the country currency. Country currency. So even you are living in the USA and your country currency USD, but when you open up the business and you say that I have a ZT group or ZT company, USA, but my company is based in the UK or France, then my company currency is the French. Okay, so what I will say, I will try to say that there are two types of currencies are there in the system. One is the country currency and other one is a business currency. So your transaction, your financial statement always based on the business currencies. Whatever you will decide it while defining your financial structure. Okay. So for example, if my business currency is French, then all the transaction data I will book in the system is French. So do you think that when you open up an office in the USA, a client came in and then you will say that I want to purchase a laptop. So what you will say that pay me 500 French currency, what I will say, that is something, name it differently, yen. So it's very easy. So pay yen, then he will say that, no, I don't have a yen, I will have USD. I have a dollar. So can you accept it? Then you will never in a position to reject those point or reject those customer. So what you will do, you will define the currency as per your normally having the country currency, so that your transaction books in the system with respect of your country currency. So if I say that, then this is my business currency as well. Now, if I decided this is my business currency, then if I again try to sell a laptop and the customer came in, and then he will say that, what is the price of this laptop? And you will say, this is $500. Okay. Now it is a $500, then but customer belongs to some UK. And if he say that, I don't have $500, can you accept GBP font? So what you will do, you will say that either you will definitely say that, yes, we can accept it, but we need to have a conversion there. So what is the conversion? Why we maintain? Then this currency, that GBP, that you are having the transaction other than the business currency, that called in financial structure called foreign currency. So meaning that in any business, we have two types of currencies. One is the business currency. We also call that functional currency. Some name it functional currency. Some name it base currency. Some name it a business currency. All the names or with respect of any business entity are the same. So if you say that, which currency that you will accept, what is your functional currency, that your answer always be USD. But if my business in the USA, then GBP my foreign currency. We have transaction yen, then we have foreign currency. If I INR, PKR, then MYR, all are there are the foreign currencies. But how to link or integrate these two currencies? Sorry, how to integrate these two currencies? How to these currencies talk with each other so that we can have a proper financial reporting? We will discuss in our revaluation area in a detailed way. How this currency with map with each other. So this is called business currency or foreign currency. Sorry, business currency, functional currency, and base currency. And for foreign currency, we have only one term, foreign currencies there. Now, finally, the convention. What is the convention? What is the meaning of convention? Convention proper term is accounting convention. You go to the Walmart and you purchase it cell phone, any cell phone. That is something $500. So what happened when you purchase it? When you go to the paying section, and then you will give the cash. So they will hand it over you the transaction. So here you have accounting transaction here, that is cell phone debit and cash credit, because you are paying the cash with the 500. Okay. Now this is the transaction that you made it and paying the dollar there. Now again, for example, you check your wallet and suddenly you realize that you don't have 500. You have only $300. So what you will do, you ask the shopkeeper or the reception that, can you accept the credit card? So we'll say that definitely will do. So they will swipe the credit card and deduct the $500. So again, you will take the cell phone, but you pay through bank. So meaning that there is no cash involved. So convention say that there are two levels of convention. One is the cash transaction. Another one is the credit transaction. Okay. So what is your nature of business? Either your business accepting only cash transaction. So whenever whenever you purchase anything or you will sell anything, you will accept only cash. That means that your nature of business is related with cash transaction. But if you accept that, for example, that you purchase some item from a supplier and said that when you send it this item, then I will pay you after 15 days, meaning that you didn't pay any cash, but you made a commitment, meaning that that transaction is the credit transaction. So 90% businesses go for credit transactions. So here you have to decide it that either you accepting credit transaction or cash or both. Or majorly the transaction is having the credit transaction, but normally the trust where you give some donation or charity, they only have cash transaction. They accept only cash. Okay, but any financial institution like bank, then where they have both cash as well as credit, but cash transactions volume are high than credit transaction. But if you are running a business like a technology business where you sell and purchase laptop, then your major transactions are on the credit basis. So this is the basis that how you decided your nature of business, go for it, credit base or cash base. So in a financial structure, what we have discussed that the charts of account is for first and foremost part, that is important. Calendar is there, that is again you have to check with your business. Then the currency, which will be your base currency, and then finally convention. When you have for this combination, then you will see that your financial transaction structure is completed. Okay. Now coming towards the final part, that is the Workday structure. Objective is to go to the system first, but I can demonstrate all the transactions in front of you, no problem. But if you don't have any base, that's why I'm focusing a bit or giving some time to this area as well. Now Workday structure. Here in these three structure, we talk about only business. Okay. We talk about only business. Now in your business, you are going to implement Workday, this structure. So you have to fit in these organizational structure, people structure and financial structure to the Workday structure. That should be mapped in a efficient way. Efficient means that there should not be any missing in the mapping. Plus there should not be missing any transaction. There should not be missing any process. So Workday structure set. Now I will give you the idea about the Workday structure. So I don't know about because in any Workday HCM, if I talk about Workday HCM, Workday Supply Chain or Workday Financial, the structure is you have a good idea about the structure. If you have a good about this idea about the structure, then you will solve the problems, existing problems, I think 50%. So whenever you face any challenge or the problem, then what happened? You will just take an idea that which area that it related to, and then you will deep dive in that area, and then you will open up the processes and then fix those things. So my point is, if you have a good base or building is structure based on their base, if the building is a good base, then any earthquake will not impact on that building. Similarly, I'm going to explain you what are the Workday structures. So Workday structure start up from a reorganization. We will come up what is the meaning of reorganization, why we need to have reorganization in a later stage. Then after the reorganization, we have supervisory organization. Okay. Now reorganization is there, supervisory organization is there, and then we have company hierarchy. If I put it hierarchy separately, I'm not putting here the hierarchy. I will discuss every area have the hierarchy as well. So I'm not putting hierarchy. Later on, we will define it there, or let's define no problem. Let's make it simple. Company hierarchy, then we have a company. Then we have regions. regions hierarchy. We have regions, and then we have divisions. Then we have cost centers. Then we have cost center hierarchy and cost centers. And then finally we have location. And locations are further segregated into assets, inventory, business sites, and we have headquarter, we can say, with that is include the business sites as well. One more terminology that we use it for the project as well, that that I'm missing right now, but anyhow. So this is the levels in the structure we have: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And in between we have optional structure as well, optional organization, or you can say optional point as well, that can be defined on need basis. Meaning that if my business required, then I can define it. Otherwise, that is not mandatory. That is matrix organization. You might learn in the HCM, and then custom organization. These are the optional ones. But that these are pure optional, but majorly most of them are mandatory. Okay. So I'm going to delete this thing. So these structures should be in a proper systematic way that I have mentioned here. First, reorganization, supervisor organization, company, hierarchy, company, regions, division, cost center, and cost centers. Then I'm gonna delete this one with a name that is looks like maybe it's organization. But if I talk about and if you ask anyone asks you, what is the organization? What is the organization? Reorganization is there, and what is the purpose of it? How you define it? Then how you can do that? It is a difference between reorganization and supervisory organizations. So I need a proper clarification. What is meaning of both of them? Anyhow, let me tell you, no problem. Reorganization, just like, for example, I have a computer. Just to give you an example, I have a computer and I have a 2 drive, C and D. And within the C and D, we have multiple folders there. Here we have a window folders, and here I have a personal folder. So, for example, my company is ZT Group, ZT USA. This is my company. So, whenever any transaction happen, I open up my ZT USA company and then submit those transactions, like purchase cell phone and some cell welding. So these are the transactions that I normally have it there. But how I correlate with this computer terminology? For example, in your personal folder, you have office task, and then you have a personal trip task. Okay, so whenever I ask you what is how many leaves you have it in last year, so definitely you will go for office folder, not the trip folder. But when I ask you that, okay, fine, when you take a leave, then where you visited most of the time, then you might go to the trip, and there you might have some Niagara Falls snapper there. So what I try to say here, that all the data there based in the folder. Similarly, in the Workday, your reorganization is just like a folder of your company, ZT USA. So when I say that, can you tell me that how many profit do you have it last year. So definitely you will go through this reorganization. You will go for this folder. Reorganization is a folder. Okay, under that folder, I have ZTUSA. This is my one folder. And second folder is ZT UK. So if I ask you that, tell me what is the profit that you take it last year in the ZTUK, then definitely you will not go for the ZTUSA. You will go for ZTUK. But that structure exists within one folder. You define this structure within one folder. Now I'm going to open one more company that is named as something. It's something XM Automobile. Now this company, it has on their own structure. Then I will create new folder here, new reorganization here. I will, if that company is subsidiary of this ZT group, then I will not go for any reorganization. I will just open up the same company within that reorganization, within the same folder, because I already created one folder. Similarly, in any organization, in any Workday, you will define all the organization, these organizations within that reorganization structure. That is a major difference. Now come towards the supervisory organization. What is a supervisory organization? Supervisory organization is the HR organization, you can call it, where you define or where you hire your employees for your company. You can create any number of supervisory organization. System will not restrict you. For example, I want to create separate hiring for USA, for UK separately, then I will create two reorganization. And within that, if I want to define regions wise hiring, then I can create two for companies, two for regions, multiple regions with respect of my regions definition. How many regions we have it? We say that there are 3 regions for USA. So 3 supervisory organization I will create it. And if I further go it down, if I want to make it hiring on the department basis, then system give me the privilege and I will define supervisory organization, all of these levels. System will not restrict you. Why is it so? Because system is so flexible that any company can be fit in. And Workday is giving this solution because not for one company, it's giving a global solution. So whenever any company comes in and they want to fit in their structure within the Workday structure, then they can adopt anyway, any structure as per their need. So supervisory organization only created for HR, whereas reorganization is my folder or my structure where I define all of my structure area within that. If I go to the system and show it to you, for example, I'm going back and I'm not going for defining what is this dashboard, how it looks like. So I'm going directly to the task reorganization. Here we have a report that is reorganization. If I open up this report, then there are 8,700 reorganization has been defined. A lot of them. But when you have a dedicated one, definitely you know that there might be 1 or 2 reorganization, not more than that. Now, if I want to define any supervisory organization, then whenever I create it first, it asks me reorganization. If I want to define any company, it's asked me reorganization. If I define any cost center, so meaning that always whenever you define any of these, I define any of these, it asks me what is your folder and what is your dedicated folder that you have created for your company. If you know your folder, so that's why is it so? Because there are 8,700 folder has been created and you know very well what is your organization. So you will define your structure and that should be synced up accordingly. If you select randomly different reorganization, that your structure will not be look like this way. this way. I have to build up this structure. So coming the second one, and then we will conclude our session for the today's part. So then if I want to, now I have to map this my Workday structure with my org structure, with my people structure, and with my financial structure. Now, Workday structure majorly will cover ZT group. That I would say that if I hide this one now and come closer for a time being, yeah, now ZT group is there. So where should it fit in? If this is a company, then where it should fit in? Then you will map each and everything in the implementation phase, or if not the implementation phase, and that is system is already defined, and you just hire in the company, and they just give you the that we are facing certain issues in the area, and nobody comes in to show you what is their organization structure, but you have a good ample idea that how I can check organization structure within the system. So how can I check the system? We will look into this part in the next session. But right now, first of all, if I want to map this one, so reorganization is never mapped with the organization structure. It will all alone a folder that you will create. So this is a Workday only setup. Now the supervisory organization. Now supervisory organization can fit in this way, this level, or this level. It's up to you. That how you fit in this thing. Okay, from this one to this, and then we can do that. Now company and the company hierarchy. Now this comes in the real part. If I take up this thing a bit upward and then try to fit in. Okay, now here group is my only for the reporting purpose, so it fit in with this company hierarchy. Then the company, I can define the company with the company. Then we have a region, so I can define the regions with the regions. And if I want to take the reporting, then I can build up the hierarchy. Otherwise, I don't need to. I can directly define this region part. Then division, we have it. If there is no division within your business, don't need to define it, just relate it. Then cost center is equal to department in the financial part. So we can say that it is equal to this one. And finally, locations are there. This is the location that we can define. Either it's a business site, either it is a office site, either it is a assets, and then we map it accordingly as per our business needs. Then financial part, because we have built up with the people and organization structure. And if I open up the financial, now I need it here that my charts of account. Now tomorrow we will discuss first the charts of account. Then I will show you any company charts of account, a quick review of that company, because if you know the transaction is no problem, charts of account is important. So in Workday we call charts of account or define charts of account under account set. This is the report, and this is view account set. If I can view existing account set, then here it is. Let me check. By default, Workday have corporate. Oh, someone has changed it. Let me check standard. Yeah, we have standard. I don't know which one is. A lot of person has defined already. Okay, give me 1 minute. Let me check which one is the most relevant one. Okay, one charts of account that I have defined already, that is XP corporate and XP account set. For example, corporate that I have just opened up. This is one of the batch that I have delivered. This is XP is there. So here you can see account set name, that is XP corporate. Charts of account, yes, it is currently 2 companies are using, and include account set. This is my account set already calculated there. And every account sets have 5 types that we have discussed already. 5 types. These assets, liability, and revenue, and capital is there, but it is 3 capital. So if I show you here, these are the ledger account type, and here asset, expense, income, liability. Wow, someone has removed the capital. So this is the issue for any instance that people are practicing and destroy the system. This means that they are not practicing, they are destroying the system. So these commonly this no standard is only 5 we have it. Okay, so right now equity someone has deleted or disabled it. I will check and update it here, but right now you can see that I have defined here capital with the liability. Someone has changed into liability. Oh. Because capital and retained earning always comes under capital head or equity head, not the liability head. Okay, so these are the accounts that have been created. So that is there. So tomorrow, first I will explain you about this type. I'll go through with this area. Then, yeah, this one. Then we will proceed for further financial structure and the account type, and then coming towards the activity part, and this is our activity part here. So let's start. So account type. So we discussed that there are, as per accounting standard, we have 5 account type: assets, liabilities, capital, and expense and revenue. Okay, so these are the account type that we have it as per the standard, and our charts of account based on these account type. So how it can be, because it's charts of account, if efficiently designed, then our reporting will be more convenient or more useful then. So we have to be very careful to design this charts of account. How to design this charts of account? That is very simple. So first of all, the segregation of the assets are into 2 types. One is called current assets, and other one is called fixed assets. Current assets means that we have cash, bank, account receivables, and investment. Whereas fixed assets are like building, plant, and furthermore building, plant, vehicles, furniture and fixture. There are. Okay, now if I have to design my charts of account, so we identify, or we basically assign the identifier to these names. For example, my charts of account started with current assets started with 1000. Okay, let me do a one drop. So my overall assets will be started from 1000 to 1,999. Overall, my asset it will be. Now here, current assets, if I talk about the current asset, then I would assign that it started with 1001 to 1499. Meaning that in this range, first 500 will be assigned to current assets, and then next 500 we will assign to 1500 to 1999. Now here I would assign these codes. Now in this range, I would assign these here. That cash will be my 1010, bank will be 1020, and that is 10100, and that is 1250. So these identifier, this called identifier, we are assigning code to our account type. So we have said that there is assets, there is two types, fixed asset and current assets, and then we further segregate and assign these codes as well. So if I want to check that how many assets do we have, overall assets, then I will take the range 1000 to 199. If I want to check current assets, then this is my range. If I want to specify the bank, then it will be 1020. At how many bank balance that we have it. Current assets are those that are easily liquidate. That are easily liquidate in business. Because cash is your current asset, bank, AR, investment, these are the current assets. Whereas fixed assets are not easily liquidate. They are fixed in nature. Okay. So building, if I want to, I need urgent amount, so I will sell out my building. So building might sell it today, or maybe take 1 year or 2 years. So these are not readily available cash for me, but these are the readily cash are available. So that's why we say that this is current assets and this is fixed assets. Similarly, we have liabilities. We have two types of liabilities. One is short term, and other is long term. Okay, and we design this thing similar way. Short term are those that are short term in nature, meaning that the liabilities that you have paid less than a year, if that liability you have to pay, that called short term, like loans, like accounts payable. These are my short term liability. Okay, and if I say that again, I would assign the number here. The same logic will be 2000, and that will 2999. And here I would say that 2001 to 2499, and it will be 2500 to 2999. Long-term liabilities are bank loans, and then we have long-term liability as bank loans, and then you have that is accounts payable here in interest. That is a short-term liability, interest payable. Interest payable. So these are the long-term and these are the short-term. We define it in the system. And quickly, I will define capital. Capital is nothing but the long-term liability is a part of balance sheet. So if I say that this is my BS balance sheet item, this is my balance sheet item, and this is my balance sheet item. Now remains is expense and revenue. That is again further divided into capital. I would say that I would assign capital 3000 to 3999. These are the codes we have. Expense again two types: administrative expense, admin expense, and operation expense. And revenue that we have sales and interest income. And here I would assign 4000 to 4999, and I have assigned 5000 to. Okay, revenue would be here. I put it here this way. Okay, it is. I would assign this one. And 5000 to 5999 is my this one. Now it should be symmetrical. So if I an account I see, I don't know what is the account, but it start with do, I would quickly understand that will be a liability account. 1 with the asset, 2 with the liability, 3 with the capital, 4 with the revenue, and 5 with the expense. Okay, these are the code that we have. So in any organization, they remember with the code, not with the name. Okay, so this is the charts of account structure that should be defined efficiently, so that these are the few items or accounts that I have mentioned. Let's go into the system. I will show you a lot of accounts that have been defined based on here or on the business requirement. So if I go there, start proxy, and we have Teresa. She's terminated, no problem. And here, I would say account set. In Workday, all charts of account defined within the account set. We have create account set and view account set. Now there are a lot of accounts that had been defined. I don't know which one is the standard one. How can I check that which one is a standard one or I have to take? There is a one way that you open up the company, GMS USA. All of the transaction we will go from here. Go to the related action button. And I want to check the charts of account of this company. Go to the related action button, go to company. And then we have an option here, added company account details or view company account details. If I view the company account details, so the account set that is defined for this one, CFA. Someone has changed it, anyhow, no problem. The charts of account that has been assigned, CFA. If I want to open up this charts of account, click over here, and then you can see that someone has defined CFA account set, and these are the, oh my God, someone has, defined different way, 106, 1060. This is a, bad way to define this charts of account. That should be symmetrical with the proper length, and that should be designed within that. So 2002 for 10 overpayment is there. Customer account, retain earnings. So Apex that is utilized. Well, okay. Capital here, capital is having 3,100 in the say equity account, and retain earning current year, prior years are there. Revenue is 4,000. They have given it. We have given also the 4,000, and here 5,000 is given to the expense. Cost of sales, bill, travel expenses are there. So these are the expenses you have. So your charts of account design in this way. Okay, now I cannot delete any value because all the transactions are booked, so that you cannot delete it. So any transaction happen with the charts of account type, that then you cannot delete it. And these charts of account utilized by 68 companies. These are the list of the companies. Wow. Anyhow, 68 companies that are utilizing this one. So we know that this is our charts of account now. Now here, the first part that is confirmed that charts of account is there. Now what will be my second 4 C's? We are talking about 4 C's here. First is charts of account we have checked, that is CFA. I put it here this way. So it's CFA, account set is CFA. Now the currency that if I want to check it, then that is very simple, country currency. This shows all the country currency, but for the business currency that is here in the accounting details, we have currency that is USD that is already assigned. So USD, my second C. Currency, USD is my second C. Third one is calendar. In the calendar, we call it in Workday fiscal schedule, where we define intervals. So here we have a fiscal schedule that is assigned, that is WD, updated standard corporate schedule. Okay, fine. Here that is fiscal year that has been defined, and intervals are there. So these are all of them that are defined here and this list. So now if you can see that the 4 C's are available, one is currency, other one is account set, third one is fiscal schedule. That is the mandatory part that you need to assign it. 1, 2, 3. And 4 C is basically by default is there, that you don't need to update, that automatically Workday is not covering this front end, but it automatically built in process that you can set in your accrual or cash transaction within one ledger. So this is the accounting detail that we have for my company, GMS USA. Now, if I go back, my 4 C's are completed now. My charts of account structure is ready. Now here, the important part is that charts of account is linked with your ledger. What is the ledger? Ledger is the books of account where you enter your financial transactions. This is called ledger. Okay. So this ledger is defined as well. And if I want to check that ledger as well, that's it. That is very simple. It is not coming here. So I have to go back to my company. Here you can see, go to related action button. And then we have option here, ledger. So create, if I want to create a new ledger, otherwise it has already been defined. So you can view the ledgers here. Here we have 3 ledger has been defined: actuals, commitment, obligations. In GL module, we go for actuals. Commitment obligation we will discuss in later stage. That is a part of which area that we will discuss in later on. But actual means that all the transactions are booked here in an actual mode. Okay. So ledger is defined for my company as well. So once the ledger is defined, then the calendar should be enabled. So when I create a journal here, create journal, then my company should be appear up here. GMS USA actual, not commitment, not obligation. So for the GL perspective, we always utilize actual here. Period, if I check this period, this is there. Then the journal source. For example, I am putting here manual journal. What is manual journal? We will discuss in a while. The rest of the things I am keep it open. So every journal is the booking area in any ledger, that whenever any transaction happen, we book that transaction within the journal. So journal always be booked within the ledger against the charts of account. I will show and in a while. And journal have 2 levels. One is called header, and other one is called line level. So here I'm filling this information. This is the header level. Fill out the header information and click continue to enter the journal lines. Okay, so this is the header information. We will discuss these values. We will come back this activity and we will discuss these values as well. Currently, the 3 mandatory things are ledger, accounting, and journal source that should be there. If your company is not appearing here, and if you have this error, then probably you didn't design your ledger properly. Okay, so you have to be very careful for designing this ledger. Once it will be available, I will click continue and go to the line level. So the header information coming up now at the top, and now it is the line level. So for example, I purchase a building for my company. So my accounting transaction will be building account debit and cash account credit. Building is our assets, that is A plus, and asset is decreasing A minus. So I will not go into detail that what is the accounting transaction is, but just to give you the idea that whenever any transaction happens, it have 2 impacts. One is debit and other one is credit. Any financial transaction in financial, we have 2 impacts. We have 2 legs there. System will not allow you to enter only one leg or one area. If I try to just go into the system and if I call a building, just to give you an example, that is 100. And if I try to save it, then here the error comes in. The field ledger account is required and must have a value. Which field? This one. If I deleted this line as well, then it will not allow again the same error. Journal may not be submitted unless it is balanced. Balance mean debit amount and credit amount. That should be balanced. So I have to add up line here. If I add up here line and see that this is cash, and there it is, 100 is my journal. Okay. Now here you can see we have further information as well, but I'm not considering right now. Just to fill up here and then click submitted. So once it will be submitted and you know the business process is there, if I view the detail, it is submitted successfully, meaning that journal is booked. and the journal number is something. Oh my God, someone has put it a range. Test 18072210111119. Wow. Anyhow, no problem. So this is the journal number that we have it. Okay. So this is successfully completed, and this is posted as well. Journal has different status. When you create the journal, that is in progress. When you submit the journal, it turns into posted. Financial impact comes only when the journal in a posted state. So here you can see that building and cash, debit and credit, that is equal, and transaction is booked. Now, for example, first status is created and other one is posted. Click done. Now, if I check this transaction in my reports, and there are four major reports that are standard reports are available. Standard GL reports. To view the transaction, one is called trial balance. Other one is called P&L or income statement. And then balance sheet. Then we have cash flow statement. These four reports are to check their company work, to analyze what is the spending of the company. Then these four reports are, backbone. Any ERP system provide these four reports. That is data master. These are the must reports. So first of all, I will go for the trial balance. And do you have idea what is the trial balance? What shows this trial balance report? Yeah, you can see. You're right. That just give you both journal, all the journal status with that should be balanced. That trial before this called a pre-balance sheet. This is also called a pre-balance sheet. So GMS USA actual is there, and then year is 2022, and summary period is okay. Year plan period I'm gonna check is October. This is there, and that's it. We will discuss this. Company currency is coming up. Translation currency we will discuss, and click OK. So when we have this transaction, October transaction, then you can see, if I go down, we have a cash here, and we have 156 items are here, and the cash will show me this. First of all, I will check the balance building. This is the building. So $100 is showing now. If I click over this here, they show me the exact journal that is I booked earlier now. Okay, so if I can open it, then directly I can open up this report. So this is a predefined report that is available in any tenant, so you can run it as per your company. Okay. Now here, if I go to the cash as well, cash may have more values here. 1,000 that is there, and that is credited. And here you have 100 caches here as well. So any transaction that is booked, and it should be posted. If it is not posted, then it will not show it here in any report. Okay, so posting is must. That should be there. And if I go back, and this is a posted. And status could be in error as well. Error in which cases that is there, we will discuss. Okay, so now here I can, for this journal, I can make changes, copy it. If I copy this journal and click OK, okay, period is today's date, and click OK. Make a copy of this journal. Then you can see that still now this is not there. I will click on save for later. Once it will be saved for later, status is created. Okay, So we have a report here, another journal status if I want to check, and that we will discuss in our close period as well. That is the report, that journal status ledger period journal status report. Now here, if I open up here, EMS USA, period is 2022, and that is October. Click OK. Then you can see that posted, two are posted. If I check over here, one is 100, that is earlier I have created. And then we have pending accounting journal event, and in that update in posted. Okay, one more where is created one. Okay, here unposted, these are all the status created. We just created one. Here we have created. We will discuss this further status for formatting, progress, unposted, cancel. We will discuss later on in the close period event. So this is another standard report available by Workday. When you close your period, this is helpful. This is very helpful report. So creation, and if I again go back to this, change the values here and submit it again, then you will see that if I go for building again, because I have resubmitted, there is no impact is here. Until unless it is not posted, the impact will not be shown here. Okay, so this is there. Now we have seen that journal. Now let's talk about this first report we have seen. We will discuss these later on. Let's talk about the journal type. Journal type in Workday. I'm talking about here in Workday, especially now. So in Workday, there are two types of journals. One called accounting journal that we are seeing. Another called is operational journal. Okay, what is the difference between that? It is very simple. If accounting journal created manually within GL, then all the journal will be accounting journal. Let me show you to here. If I click over here as well, once again, and open up this journal, then that is view journal, and accounting date is there. Sources manual. And if I go and show you the sources, because these type are defined on the sources part. So the manual is the accounting journal source. So if I show you the source, journal source, source means that from where this journal is coming. If within the journal is coming, then that source, manual journal, is my accounting source is there. And if I show you the manual only, this is another report. Manual journal, that is yes, meaning that it is accounting journal. If it is yes, then all the sources related with that all are accounting journal. But if it is a no, and if I remove this filter and there is a no, here this is meaning that this is not the accounting journal, it is operational journal. Operational journal means that it comes from any activity or from any other module. Any other module means like it's coming from APAR, cash management, CM. It's coming from there, from this module to GL module, then it will be an operational journal. And we will see in this module all this operational journal. So that is the important part. You have to figure it out first, that which journal is the operational one and which one is the accounting journal. Here, this one is not manually created, but created through certain activity or operation. That is operational journal. So AP create the invoice. Invoice create the accounting entry from that is expense debit, accounts payable credit. So this is the debit and credit 100 to 100, and that's from invoice to its go into the GL module automatically. Then it is will be operational journal. Okay. So these are the types we have it. Now coming back, we talk about general source now. Now we talk about the validation here. What is the validation? So validation means validation. In Workday, we have two types of validation. One is the standard, other one is customized. Standard mean that Workday have put a certain validation that is a standard. Like, for example, when we create a journal initially, then if I miss something, I just missed a ledger and put it here, this one, and then continue. This is the validation that Workday did it and make it mandatory. So ledger is must. So I would say that TMS USA is there. This is one validation. And continue. Another validation is that this account should be balanced as well. So we say that this is building. This is validate. And again, I would submit it. Again, error. This is system validation. Now this system validations that are there and Workday made it mandatory. Certain validations we like balance journal, mandatory field that we discuss. Customize means that certain validation Workday has offered us that we can put it this validation. That called custom validation rule, CVR. That stand for CVR. What is the custom validation rules? For example, I want that let me show you in the system that whenever any accounting entry will enter, if I mention here cash and I fulfill all the system validations here, that it will allow me that I can submit this journal now. But I want here, my manager said that, okay, fine, you are entering the certain transactions. And for example, I paid certain expenses like utilities expenses. So whenever any expenses that are been entered, so which department made these expenses? That we have a structure in that there where we have a department as well. So I want to check which department made it expense. So we have a 4 department. And we have entertainment expense. So we have some budget, but marketing team made it a $20,000 expense in a month, where it has 300, it has 500, and it has 200. Now, if I enter the transaction without this one and see that what is the entertainment expense for the month, and I would say that this is something 21,000. Now my manager will be shocked at who made these expenses in the last month. So we have to make a check here at which department is making an extra, our budget is something $15,000. Now $6,000 is an excess amount. So I need to put a check here at who made it this extra expenses. So what I will do, I want a validation here that whenever entertainment expense or utility expense entered or any type of expenses entered in the system, that should be booked with the cost center. And I have cost center, this one here. So Workday make it not mandatory, or Workday didn't see that this validation rule is for all, but for my business, that is mandatory. And I want that all the expenses entered by the department that should be charged to the relevant department as well. Okay, so these type of validations. So here we have a cost center here. This one, I want to make it mandatory. So these fields can be validated in a custom validation rule. So what is the custom validation rule? If I show you here, okay, that maintain custom validation. So here we design our custom validation. On my right side, all the areas where we can put it this custom validation. For example, I want to put it on my accounting. So we have accounting journal. And here we have two types of validation. One is critical, another one is warning. Critical means that you have to fulfill that one. Otherwise, system will not allow you to go ahead. Whereas warning just make a caution or alert, and then it will you will go ahead. It will not stop you. So this is the custom validation, and you will build this validation from here. You put up the condition here. So whenever any expense will be entered, it will be automatically routed or expense cost center will be entered here. Okay, let me check that. Otherwise, I have to prepare this validation rule, and then I will show you what is there. Okay, just to check that. CC, I will put here ZT, CC, or mandatory. Now here, I can create a statement that company is there. For my company, especially, I want to assign it. For my company, I want to check it from here that which one is the relevant one, company financial dimension. Okay, this one is the most relevant one. And if company is frequently used in a selection list, and that is GMS USA, that is there. And again, now here for my company, the account type for all the expenses, I want to put it here. Sorry, account type. Ledger account type in the selection list. Okay, I want to check for all. Is the selection list. Okay, that is here. We have all this type is here. Balance sheet account type. So many someone has defined, but I will put it here expense. This is the validation. If it is expense, then cost center. Cost center. Is empty. Then put it the error here. So I would put it here control okay. And now here I can check that my condition is set in for ZT here. If it is there, yeah, it is there. ZT is mandatory. Let's check it. In a quick way, I just design it, but there are other ways that you can put it this thing. So let's check that it is putting me error. Yes, error is there. ZTCC are mandatory. It is error, as otherwise it will not allow me until unless I will make it mandatory. So if, for example, I put it here, this is the utility is the expense. Now, if I put it here building, does this error comes in? Should be this error comes in or not? Let's check. Now there is no error. System will book this transaction. So my condition custom validation rule is triggered. So this is how you maintain the custom validation rule within the system as well. Okay, so this is there. Now, if I go and this is the validation part, standard and customized, we discussed it. So here now we are going to have another topic here. Now, if I go back and one of my journal, create journal. There are different type of journal that you can create in the system. So here we have sources there, but these are the different type of journal. We can record quantity, multi-currency journals, adjustment journals, and reversal journals. Now, every journal have their own meaning. If I want to utilize this GL module as my inventory that, for example, if I purchase an item, I did purchase it and I want to record as a quantity, then I can go for the record quantity journal. That is very rare, but normally you can utilize this journal as a quantity as well. Then we have adjustment journal. Adjustment journal meaning that, for example, I booked this transaction earlier, building account debit, and cash credit, and that is amount 100. Suddenly, I will realize that $100 building will nowadays, if you go to purchase a $100 building, then it will, you will have a, you will show that that transaction is fake transaction. So probably this transaction is not correct. So probably that $100,000 building was there. So we missed my user or my accountant missed these transactions. So I have to rectify or make our adjustments. So we have to here called adjustment journal, because that early journal is posted, so we cannot change it. So but we can enter some adjustments. So what we will do, we said that this is GMS USA, and here, and considering that this is adjustment journal, accounting adjustments, and here click continue. Now what is the adjustment that you want to have it? Building debit 100 already booked in. So what is the difference between that? I can check. Equal to this minus this one. So I have to book 99,900 transaction now. That is understated. So two terminologies used, that is understated and overstated. So this is understated right now. Or if there is another adjustment that we can see that, for example, that accounting entry was $100 was there, but that accounting dollar is correct, but this is the wrong account that we have charged in. So it should be some assets is there. For example, the some plant equipment, something was that. So we will make a adjustment entry accordingly. Here the accounting will be building should be reversed and plant and equipment should be debited here. So here we will define or assign this accordingly. Right now, this is the different ways that whatever the adjustment that you need to, you will make it on that way. So it is their cost center. If I put it here cost center now, because it's okay, this is not the cost center. This is simple assets, so it will not give me any error. So this is that called adjustment journal. Okay, unassigned task is there for adjustment journal. So you know that how to resolve this unassigned task. So this is unassigned right now, so you can rectify and fix this thing. But this is the adjustment journal that you were discussing, that how it will be entered. Now, what another important one is the reversal. What is the reversal? Okay. To understand the reversal, you have to understand some concept called accrual. One called permanent accrual and one called temporary accrual. So the example you have given is the temporary accrual, and temporary accrual always be reversed. One example that you have given, another example I'm giving you. For example, I purchased one inventory item, like that is some charger, laptop charger is there that I purchase it. Once I purchase it, and today's date is somewhere 28th October. Okay, so today is 28th October, and when I purchase it and supplier has delivered this item, and when it delivered, so I booked it, item charger account debit, and some. Now when it delivered this item, but it didn't send it any invoice, but I received this item in the system. Now invoice is not comes in, so supplier, I'm not sure that which supplier has sent it this invoice. So what happened that, and we are about to close our month end, so we basically raise a liability by ourselves in the system, so that when the actual liability invoice comes in, we will adjust those liability there. So what we'll do that we booked it here, temporary accrual entry, that is called AP accounts payable account credit. Charger amount is something $50. So this liability I created by ourselves. I don't know to whom I have to pay, but we received some $50 charger here. Or even if we know the supplier as well, but we didn't receive any invoice. So we say that we received this charger and we booked in the transaction in the system. That is temporary accrual that is there. Another way that you have told me, already given example. So some employees are there who work on a project, certain project. And when they project a certain project, we pay some salary to them. Now, if on a 20th October and 30th October, consider this is 30th October, we say that the project or task isn't completed, so we cannot pay this salary, or we cannot pay the dues to the employee, because the employees are on the contract. So contract is that when they complete their task, then we will pay accordingly. So till today they haven't completed their task, but we have to say that we have to pay certain expenses. So salary account debit and payroll accrual account credit with certain amount that is considered $400. So this temporary accrual that we have raised on ourselves, that should be reversed in a next month, so that when the actual task will be completed or actual bill will be completed through invoice, then we will book accordingly. So when on the 1st of November, we want that this type of transaction should be reversed. And once the new invoice comes in, then we will book accordingly. So what happened? We utilize this functionality called a reversal, create reversal. So if I say that, for example, today is the GMS USA, and we have 31st October, and we say that this is accrual journal. So we have to check this one. Now it's automatically this pop up and enable, and that is mandatory that when it will be reversed. So 1st of November, it will be reversed, or you can change the date as per your need. So what happened? So now if I enter this journal, so I didn't need to remember these all type of transaction. Only one check in the system will update or reverse the transactions there. For example, here, I will put it here, salary account debit, pay agent, salary expense, okay. And then we have payable here. Accounts payable or okay. Expense payable reimbursement, employee expense payable, okay. This is accounts payable we have used. And that amount is for something $400. 400. Now, if the account is not available here, then you can go back in the account set, view account set, and you can define that account as well. That is CFA. Click OK. Now I want a payroll accounts payable account. So I have to go back. Now here, what I will do, okay, sorry, this is not view, it is added. Task is added account set. This is CFA. That's there, click OK. And here I would add up, we have a plus sign, we can add. We say that this is 2050 something. Now it is already been assigned, so I would change here 2150. It is not there. Oh, that is I put it 550. Oh, 7. It is there 2557. Consider that. Here we have payroll accruals. Type is liability, and this is there. And click done, or I'll do another. So here I've done 2557 is defined. Yeah, it's defined now. So it is defined. So I will go back and go to my system, and then I will call 2557. So how it is defined in the system, that account is there 400, and that is there. Salary expense is there, so I have to give in the cost center as well. given any cost center. See, okay, cost, just to give any cost center here, that is there, and click submit. So once it will be submitted, it is booked. So let's check this journal is created with 400 with the payroll account. Let's find this journal on a 1st of November. Point journal. Here we have GMS USA, and we have to check that either it is created or not, 2022. And we have November, because 1st of November is called stat NOV. And here, okay, here you can see the first transaction, only one transaction is created, and here, and that is posted as well. And earlier the salary expense account was debited. You can see here salary account was debited 400. Now it is reversed with 400 credited, and payroll is earlier credited, now it is debited. So ultimate impact is 0. Now for consider that, for example, now here we want to make a payment to our employee now on a 10th of November, then you just create journal and put it the salary expense there, a normal journal that you have entered. So now you don't need to worry to reverse it next month. System automatically did it. And we say that, for example, this is November 10th, the task is completed, and we say that this is manual journal. Here we have salaries, accrued salary wages. Okay, this is another account that is already been there. So what was the account was there? Payment salary expense 6030. 60030, that is debited. And now I would say that actual payable account, or we say that cash, we pay it directly. Then we say that we have paid to the agent after completion of their task. So if you go back, it's giving me an error. And if I go back and if I verify this thing again in a trial balance, report, first I will show you the October, or I will show you the November directly, where we have one reverse and one actual, that is transaction is there. Adjustment only, allocation, performance journal. Okay, fine, no problem. Here we have 6030. This is there, filter it. Now here you can see salary account 400 balance. Balance meaning previous month's balance. This is 31st December or October balance is there. Previous month beginning balance. And here we have one debit and credit, and ending balance is 400. When it is debited, when it's reversed. And actual was created on 10th of 11th November, 10th of November, sorry. 1st of November, it is credited automatically. And here we have 1st of November, that is credited. So trial balance give you the exact picture that where it stands. My expenses are standing now. Okay, so here this is called a reversal journal. This terminology of we need utilize this function, that is temporary accruals, that is there, and reversal of these accruals. Whereas permanent accrual are very simple. You just don't need to utilize this temporary accrual balance. You book only accounts payable part, directly accounts payable, respect of your supplier. Okay, so this is reversal and accrual. Okay, now one last journal just to conclude our today's session. That is recurring journal. Recurring journal create, added, find, and generation. Recurring journal means that such journal that is created on a daily basis or very frequent in nature. Some journals are monthly basis that are created, like for example, I need to pay the rent, building rent paid. Now every month, monthly basis, I have to pay the rent. So what I will do, I will create one journal and then I will create multiple journal on a later stage. Okay, so that is for something, for example, $350 is on a monthly basis. I have to pay October, November, and December. These are the journals that we have. Okay, now this type of journal every month I need to enter this journal. So instead of entering or remember these type of transaction, you one time define this template, recurring journal template, and then system automatically book this transaction on a specified date. Tell the date of contract. So how it can do that? We have create recurring journal template. What is the GMS USA? That is there. And okay, and click OK. Template name is rent, monthly rent. Obviously it is monthly, but we want to generate the recurring. So I am here putting here daily rent just to show the transactions. So there are different status available, created, not available. Available status that should be there, created, not available, that will not be triggered. So for example, today's date is 1st of October to 31st of December. That template will be utilized. Journal source is recurring nature. That is not defined. Well, someone has deleted or somewhere. Okay, fine. We can see that this is manual journal. Source is there, but anyhow, we can create this source. So create reversal. If this you wanted to make a reversal as well, then the same treatment is there. Click create reversal and system give you the as per reversal as well. So it is something every month I have to pay $300. Then period summary schedule none of above. Period means for a specified period that I want to trigger. When the period will open, it automatically created. I said no, none of above, and then I would say that it is rent, office rent, and the cash is there. Of which amount? $300. Now here I have to put it cost center as well. And that's it. And that's it. And there is any contract that you want to attach, you can attach it here. Just make it simple, click OK. Now it is available. And the transaction is there. Now I have to generate this recurring journal. Recurring journal generation, company is GMS USA. Ledger is actual. Accounting date is 1st of November. Let's check it and then click OK. So here you can see daily recurring journal that I want to trigger is this one. Select one item, click OK. That is November is generated for the November period. Journal is created now. It's in a created state. I can amend it here if I want to. Then I just go into the related action button, journal, and edit it. If I want to add something in this journal for the timing, November rent. Or if I want to change the cost center here, I can do that. Okay, and then click submit. And that's it. Your recurring journal is generated and is posted as well. Clear? So we gone through. This is called a recurring journal. So today we have concluded our maximum activities: recurring journal, reversal journal, validations, standard journal we have created as well. We see that charts of account, We viewed at ledgers and charts of account and currency calendar that are there. Tomorrow, what we will do, tomorrow's agenda is revaluation. So I would, you just consider it's assignment as well. That tomorrow, first of all, you will explain me what is the revaluation, what is the purpose of this revaluation that is there, and then we will go for translation. Then we will move for consolidation, and then we will go for month-end closing and year-end closing. So our agenda, next day agenda, tomorrow's agenda is to cover up these 4 areas. So your task is to, what is the difference between revaluation, translation, and consolidation? What is the purpose of it? Why we need to have it? Then we will perform these activity in the system. And tomorrow is another activity that we will check another type of journal that we will cover up in revaluation as well, and that called multi-currency journal. Sorry, JUR journal, multi-currency journal. That will be in one task. We will do this activity. Here we have process for example, recurring journal. We have process. We can add up here. That is accounting manager and accounting supervisor is there. So Teresa is a person who is accounting manager and accounting supervisor as well. Then we can do that. We can add up here. This is the accounting journal event. We have it. We see a couple of areas like GL reports, ledger, validation part, the custom validation rule. We have created one validation rule as well. Then we created reversal journal. And after reversal journal, we created recurring journal as well. And we did perform one activity for reversal journal as well. To cover up the work tag, then we will move on for the rest of the activities. So what is the work tag? The work tag is, as the name mentioned, that you tag something. For example, if you read some book or you go somewhere to remember those things, you tag those areas so that whenever you visit it again or you check the book, then the tag will help you that where you have left it. Similarly, tag is the tag taken from this concept, whereas work is the work. So work tag mean that whenever any transaction you want to perform, as per the system, you want to tag those activity. So in future, if you want to take any report against these tags, then you can extract it. For example, I sell multiple items. So selling item means that I am cash debit and sales or revenue is credit $100. So these are the transactions that are very common when you are a sale and purchase business. So every transaction that you are selling, so you have some employees to whom you want to make a commission. So whenever we go to the system, and then we can see that only the cash and the debit and credit we are entered, but we cannot enter some extra information. So what we can do, Workday give you such privileges to record such a transaction where you wanted to put some extra information to account for later on. So that's why they use this work tag functionality. In Workday, in Workday we call work tag, whereas in Oracle we called it's a DFF. DFF means a descriptive flex field, whereas in other system we call like Coupa is another ERP system, they call it custom field. So these are the fields that are here. The work tag is in the Workday we have it. So these are the fields that utilize for capture the additional information. Okay. So the Workday give you some standard field in the system that are available for all, but some customized field that you want to develop, then you will utilize Workday feature, work tag feature. So here, all of this ERP system, they name it their different way, but all of them meaning are the same. In Oracle, if we have a DFF, we tag all the transactions in a DFF value. In Coupa, we have custom field, we can tag these values, and in Workday, we have work tag. So in Workday, we have majorly two types of work tag. One is called delivered and other one is called customize or custom work tag. Delivered work tag are those work tags are offered by the Workday, and that is mandatory. Not some are optional as well, but it is standard fields that are available by the Workday. Whereas custom work tag is customized field that you can develop as per your business need. But challenges here is that you can utilize this field, but you have to utilize the field in efficient way so that this field cannot be finished, or you can say we have a very limited fields available in the system. In Workday, we have in overall tenant, we have only 15 fields available. 15 work tags that are available. So we have to utilize in such a way that 15 can be utilized properly. Otherwise, if it is exhausted, then you don't have any further option to increase it. So it is by default Workday provide 15 fields. And it depends, like Coupa provide 20 fields, and here Oracle provide also 20 fields. But these fields, again, based on the tenant, based on the transactions or area, you can say functional area, but this field are available on the form based. So the Oracle have more flexible than other system, just to give you a comparison so that you have idea that we have 20 fields. Here in Workday, we have only 15 fields that are available for the custom work tags. Okay, that is one thing. Now, what is a delivered work tags? Delivered work tags are those work tags like we have cost center. This is work tag. This is the region we have work tag. Division is the work tag as well. Although we call them organization, but simultaneously these are the work tag as well. Okay, so let's see in the system. If I go to the start proxy and go into the system, Teresa. Okay, now here, if I type organization, we have maintain organization types and maintain organization subtypes. Organization types are those that we discussed in our organization structure. If I go back, these are the organizations, and simultaneously these are the work tags as well. If I go and show you the system, you can see if I click on cost center, then here it is a work tags and use as a financial work tag. Yes, it's available for payroll as well, and it's available for other organization as well. So majorly there are 4 areas that you can utilize this work tags. What are those? One is HR, financials, payroll, and fourth one was, what was that? I forgot the name. Okay, I will let you know in 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, and 3 and 4. We have fourth one as well. I will let you know in a while. Okay, so these are the areas or Workday solution where you can utilize only 15 fields, all of them, not for individual minded. So if I go back and show you that this is the financial work tag, location is there. This is also a financial work tag. Region is there. This is also financial work tag. And here we have, if I go to the HR, and here, this is not the work tag. This is supervisory organization. This is not the work tag as well. Okay, these are the work tags that are available in under costing. So the organizations that we discussed that are under 5 categorization: costing, hierarchy, HR, pay, and custom. Under costing, we have all the financials. Till there, here we have financials, and rest of them are some student management, some are grant management that are utilizing these. Other project is also there, so they are utilizing these organizations. So Workday said these are the organizations. Now, if I go to the hierarchy, along with this, we have company hierarchy, cost center hierarchy, region hierarchy. These are the hierarchies up there. In HR, we have 4. Supervisory is a must. Matrix is optional. Retiree is the optional, and work team is the optional as well. Similarly, we have pay and custom. So point is that these are the areas that company is there, and this is not the work tag. Company is not the work tag, only cost center, location, and regions are the work tag, and these are the delivered work tags. Again, not the region, it's a cost center, region, location. Okay, these are the delivered work tags that are available. Now, if I want to see these work tags, then we have in system. If I go and create a journal that we are doing since last 2 days, and if I put it at GMS USA, today's date, source as manual, and if I go to GL, then we have here, these are the area of work tags. We have location, we have cost center, we can add here region as well. So under journal lines, we maintain work tags. These are the work tags area. Now question is that how many work tags I can maintain in a one journal line? So by system, we can create 10 fields here. So how I can enable or disable these work tags? Here we have a task called maintain work tag usage. Maintain work tag usage. We are coming towards related later on. First, maintain work tag usage. Now here, all of the delivered as well as 15, all of them we can utilize in this area. For financial accounting journal, we have it. We can utilize here for ad hoc payment, for customer invoice, invoice header, write-offs, deferred, all of the areas that are predefined. You cannot add or delete this thing, but you can update here. For example, I want to update in the accounting journal. So the 2 fields that are location and cost center data appear up here. You can see location and cost center. Now, if you want to add something, then you have limitation is that maximum 10 you can add up in this field. So how I can add up? So for that, you just add it work tag. And in added work tag, here you have 10 areas, whereas overall additional work tag type that are available, 53 are defined in this system. What are those work tag types are there? So we can discuss in a while, but here, for example, if I want to take the region upward, so I have to find the region here. Let me check that region is available or not. No, that's not available. I need to check it here. Someone might delete it. Yeah, it is not. Someone has deleted. Now I have added. So if I remove it and if I want to add up here, so I have to remove from here, then I can add up here regions. These are the delivered work tags that we are talking about. So if I click OK, and if I want to refresh my page, then it will be appear up here. Okay, create work tag. Sorry, create journal. Here you can see region is appearing. Now, last day we did one validation. So this is a point comes in my mind. Let's discuss this. Last day we did one validation that whenever expenses, we need to enter any expenses. So cost center is mandatory. You remember? We did this second activity. So there is a one way to validate this one. And the second one, if I want to mandatory this cost center, all of them, all the transactions, then I can do that or make it mandatory or this fields or not mandatory. How we can do that? Go to again added work tag. And here you have required column. You can make it mandatory here. Okay. Now, if I click OK again, and then if I cancel this journal, create journal again. So here you can see in the work tag, this field is now asterisk mark. Without that, it would not allow you any transaction to be booked. If I do that again, both are error, and error is a values required for the cost center. So this is how you can control your work tags, mandatory and not mandatory. So right now I'm removing it just to show you that how you make it mandatory or non-mandatory. Now question is, this is the, we talk about deliver work tag. Let's come over the custom work tags. So different modules are there, different areas that are there. So I'm coming towards custom work tag as well. So let's how to identify those are the custom work tags and which are the deliver work tags. So one is that I have given you that in the organization, you can check some deliver work tags there as well. Now, here you can see the work tag type is the business unit, fund, gifts. And these are the deliver work tag that we discuss in the organizations field. If I open up again, and here we have business units. So this is the work tag as well. And in the work tag, we have business unit is available at the top. So these are the multiples for deliver work tax fields that are available. I just discussed the financial only. Now coming towards the custom work tag now. Now, as I told you earlier, these are the 15 fields that custom work tags we have it. Then how to maintain those fields. So we have here the task called maintain custom work tag. Maintain custom, okay, custom work tags. Give me one. That is the value. Not customer work tags. Let me maintain custom work tag. That is a value. Okay. Custom work tag usage. And that was coming. Custom work tag values, added custom work tags, enable custom work tags. This is the task. Enable custom work tag. We have to enable it, not maintain. So enable custom work tag. If I go to there, and this is the description of it, and these are the 15 items that are available. Okay, that I discussed earlier. So here you can see that all of them are filled in because these are this is the test tenant. So everyone, Sinai, our salesperson, Sajal, whatever, whoever, make it, they could change it. Now, if for example, this is for example, one work tag I just selected, that is the department is there. I want to have it salesperson. Consider that salesperson. Yeah, this one. So now it can be used for 4 areas, that is financial, HR, payroll, and time tracking. If you disable anyone, then it will not be available. This work tag will not be available for that module, for that functional area. So, so here the fourth one is time tracking that I was missing. So now if salesperson is there, that is unable. And if I go to the open up this work tag here, this work tag is the count 16 time it is used. And yes, and this is what I can check its integration ID. Give me 1 minute. Let me check its UIDs. So this is custom work tag organization configuration ID. Where it is? Okay, fine. So this is the custom work tag that we have it. And fortunately, all of them are booked. So now if the tenant required more work tags, then you don't have any option. So it depends on your business organization that how they wanted to utilize this 15 in efficiently. Otherwise, it will be make a challenge for them. Okay. Now, for example, this is the this here you can enable or disable this work tags as per your business needs. To error because they are in a use, so that it will not allow me to disable it. So, but if you have the open, then you will enable first, then you will change the name, and then it will change the name. By the way, its name was custom. By default, it is custom work tag 10 1 to 15. That is number is there 10 11 12. This is by default that is coming here. But here this is a Sajal Sport, so I'm not changing anyone. So this is how we enable it. Once it will enable it, then we will go for the usage part. Custom work tag values. So work tag that I have defined, one salesperson is there. For example, this is my transaction of sales that I discussed earlier. So I need to mention the salesperson. Now salesperson there is a team of 15 to 20 people. Now which salesperson made this transaction or sell, so that I can give him a commission of, for example, 1% commission. I want to calculate this one as well. So 1% commission is there. That is one, or I made it, oh, sorry, 5% just to get. So the salesperson, who is that? I want to give a commission so that I can extract the report. Then I can extract the sales, and then I can easily calculate it. Otherwise, if the tag is not there, then so many sales transactions are there, and then I cannot identify which salesperson made this sales for that specific period. So now salesperson is there. I need to maintain its value, their names. So there, here we have that custom work tag values. What is the type here? I can say that salesperson. Click OK. And someone. Okay, this is the report, not the value. I will take to work tag values. Maintain custom work tag values. There we can maintain or add it here. That was the report. This is a task. So you have it here, Spring, Direct, Other, SP. So salesperson made it, Mr. Sam is there, ABC or some Donald. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so we can add a value here for as for my business needs. Like mine, I'm putting some name ZT customer, ZT sales, ZT, Mr. ZT, just to name it here. Do add another value, Mr. Mariana is there. I put it ZT so that we can find it easily. This is our value. So 2, I just define it. So here you can see that is defined. Now, what is the related work tag? I will discuss in later on. So 2 values has been defined. Now I wanted this work tag that should be available at the journal level. So here in the journal, we have here additional work tag. And in additional work tag, we have sales person. This is not there, sorry. Sales item is there. Give me 1 minute. Huh? Hello. Yeah. So here I would search it from ZT. Let's search it from ZT. It should be. Yeah, you can see that salesperson Mr. Mariana ZT and salesperson Mr. ZT is there. So ZT is my salesperson. Now I tag this transaction and this is my sales transactions. So it is cash debit and revenue credit. So here I maintain not only the cost center for which considered that I wanted to have is something I put it here because I didn't create anything. So this is one I did. And then additional work tax that is there, ZT, Mr. ZT is there. Same, I can call it here ZT. So I can extract the report as per my. Now, how to extract this report we will discuss. That is the reporting part, that how to build up the report. That is a separate area. But this is the work tag that how you can call it and you can put it here that this is required. Now, if you want that, whenever the sales transaction is there, this additional work tag is mandatory. So here you can build up this condition in the where custom validation rule. We have this option that whenever, because we don't need these salesperson for purchase of any asset, purchase of any inventory. This is only for the sales transaction, revenue and the sales. I don't want that it is, and I don't want that person should forget whenever sales transaction happen. So we can combine this custom field with CVR, custom validation rule. And how to build this CVR we discussed last day. So this is Mr. ZT is there. Now consider this is the one thing, custom field. Okay, now the third one is the called the related work tag. This is the another type of work tag, but majorly it is defined as the two majorly, and then subsidiary is the related work tag. What is meaning of related work tag? Just to give you an example, that work tag is the that we want that all these work tags correlate with each other. Meaning that if sales transaction is there and the cost center is sales and marketing, this is CC cost center, and salesperson is ZT, then what happened that the region is the, for example, region or the department region is the north. Then this Mr. ZT automatically updated in the additional work tag. I don't need to call it him here. It should be updated automatically, meaning that I am correlating this work tag, sales and marketing, to region and then related work tag, additional work tag. 1, 2, and 3. Or if we say that if sales and marketing comes in, then the region or location will be filled automatically. So how to correlate this work tag? This is called a related work tag functionality. So in the system, if I go back and if I submitted this one just to have an idea that we did it, this is there, and this is the transaction is, oh my God, someone did it so much. Remember this number is quite difficult. So just to remember, and then we will discuss this one, that we put this journal this way. Okay. Now this is there. Now if I want to correlate this information, sales and marketing, ZT and North, then how we can do that? So I am correlating with the cost center. So first of all, we have related work tag usage where I want to use. Then I can call CC, cost center. So, or we can do it here. Okay, related work tag, maintain related work tag usage. So here we have cost center, we have customer, department, and we have here salesperson. That should be here as well. Yeah, we have here salesperson as well. Yeah, this one. So this is cost center. So I can correlate these things with my salesperson as well. So how can I correlate? Let's made it on a delivered work tag, that is cost center. So I can add it here. Someone has already did it, region, location, and salesperson. Now, if I change this thing, and here, region is mandatory, salesperson is there. So someone already correlated this thing. So let's change this scenario. Customer is there, expense department. So let's put it this way. We made it alternatively. If sales is coming up, then I can add up cost center. Let's do a different way then. It will not someone make a heavy course detail department. So let's add up here department. With the department is another work tag. I want to correlate with the delivered work tag. We give a delivered work tag, then additional another work tags comes in. So let's take it to a region. If we have a region here. So let's see region. Yeah, region we add up here same way. So if regions comes in and region, then cost center should come in. And then we have sales persons comes in. Then we have put it a random pool here. Sales person store. Okay, which stores that is coming? I don't know. I need to check GP store. So, but the cost center is mandatory required. It is sales. Why not? It's coming salesperson. Here. Yeah, this one salesperson is there. So this is there. It's cost center, salesperson, and store is there. Some I don't know the store, but let's see if we can attach it somewhere. Just to give an example. Now here we have set in the region and correlate these related work tags here. Click done. And how to correlate now? Let's see. So I have to go to the region first. View region. And let's check one region. A lot of regions are there. India consultancy. Is global USA. Someone to find so many regions are there. Americans, North America. Yeah, remember that is a North America regions. And in regions, we have here security group, rules, details. This is the related work tag. Yes, salesperson in this. Now I want to add up here North for North America. So here I will add it region. So when I added this region, so cost center is mandatory automatically. I will put it here, cost center KAR, that was there. Cost center A, that should be coming. Salesperson is Mr. ZT for my this region, North America. And the store is something, let me check. Okay, we select one store, that on which store that is ZT is responsible of. So we put it Central EU, Hyderabad, Oasis, Majestic, Grand. It's resort on. So this is the information that when the region North America will be selected, these all information related work tag should be updated as well. Let's check it. So I will go back, and now my setup has been completed. Now if I go and if I open up one more so that I can give you the idea properly. So here create journal. And then here GMS USA. Now here sales is cash sale. And this is amounts at $320, $320, because sales person is from so here the region is North America. My word. Oh, so many North Americas here. So I now check local McNeil. It's empty and it is empty as well. So first one is the most relevant one. I would select it here. And then why is it not pop up? Then it means that it is not. I need to check that North America region. Region and AK Training Center. Okay, this one is there. So it's not local McNeil, it is AK Training Center. The second one is there. Yeah, this one is there. So this one is the, why it's not updated here. So many values, duplicate values. Let's see. Yeah, it's updated now. So this is the link. Other two are, I don't know, duplication is there, but that is not correct. So my region, when I select the region, and if I make the region mandatory with respect of with the CVR, that when the region is selected, that for the sales transaction, region must be there. And for the manage region, the head of the region is Mr. ZT, and the cost center is sales and marketing, and that north is automatically there. So here you can see the store, the salesperson, the cost center are selected because of a related work tag. Earlier we discussed delivered, then we discussed the custom, and that how correlate this custom and the delivered. This is how it works. So here again, I would select North America. Sorry. It's updated automatically. So the user don't need to go for any specified person, then it is selected this one. Procedure, you can do it at supplier. You can do it at supplier invoice, customer. Find customer. So wherever the related work tags are available, if I go and find the customer, for example, the same procedure will be there, just to take one customer, third customer. And if I open up here, then we have here additional data. Where it is, it is there. Summary. Yeah, this one related works. Someone has already salesperson, department, cost center, parcel, marketing. You can attach with the customer as well. Whenever you define the customer, so these sales, this customer is some specified department or salesperson, then you can tag it easily. Default work tag, required, and required on transaction as well. Same procedure, same terminology, same functionality. So that's my work tag part. So we have covered this work tag now. So now coming towards the second topic, EIB. EIB is Enterprise Interface Builder. This is used for bulk upload of data or transaction. Now, for example, this EIB has a two-part. One is called inbound, and other one is called outbound. We have inbound and outbound EIBs. Number one, Workday provide two tools. One is EIB, and other one is iLoad. Both tools are basically utilized for bulk uploading of data, but and both tools, what is the differentiate between that? Most of the time, in the configuration of the Workday, where they have to migrate a lot of data from one system to other system, they utilize iLoads there. But when you implement this Workday, then you can utilize iLoad as well, but most frequently then utilize EIB. And yes, that you are right, you can utilize this EIB through API as well. But you can utilize EIB without API as well. There is both functionality that is there. That is through API and manual as well. Okay, this is for EIB, API and manual. Now here we don't have any API, but we have manual upload of data through EIB. Now there are two ways to upload the data: inbound and outbound. Inbound means that some data, for example, I have a system, Oracle, and I want to, I wanted to have the invoices, and these invoices I want to make a payment in Workday. Okay. Now, for Oracle, Workday is my inbound because the data is coming from Oracle to Workday. So my Workday is inbound. But some data, sorry. So we have an inbound here. This is called inbound, but sometime this Workday will be our outbound. Outbound in a sense that basically Workday, we are utilizing HCM Workday here, and we need HCM data to Oracle as well to create the purchase order. So for Workday, that will be my outbound as well for HCM part. This is for HCM, but for financial, it is my inbound. So considering that, my EIB can be utilized for inbound and outbound both ways. Here I am utilizing, instead of Oracle, I am utilizing here Excel application, MS Office Excel. And here I will upload the journal instead of invoices. So Excel will be my outbound, and whereas inbound will be my Workday. So all the journals that I will create it here, I will upload it to Workday. Now here we can call, or we can upload it from API as well. And this is how we can do that. Here we will do it in the system. Okay. So how we can prepare the EIB here. Let's go to the system and see that how we can create the EIB. So here we have create EIB. Now when it will ask you that what is the create EIB name that I wanted to have, I will say that Zifty journals EIB. And that is our inbound, not outbound. Okay. Inbound means that from Excel to Workday, I am uploading the data. So click OK. So when I go into the system to EIB, then we have steps here later. Journal setting, get data, transform, deliver, and review. There are 5 steps that we need to follow this. And we have to complete those ones. So here, the name and ID, that is automatically ID updated. So you can change the ID as well, but I would not recommend. So I can here, we upload ZT journals to upload data into Workday. Just and click next. So first step is completed, and there is a second step. And second step is retrieval data. That is attach a file to at launch. Yes, we have it. But which file that you wanted? There is a data format or the web service spreadsheet template. So we need to call that which template that you need to upload it here. So here you must have a good idea about this web services operations. And that web services operations are, we are talking about journals. So if I write up a journal here, that is cancel accounting journal, import accounting journal, import beginning balance journal, put beginning balance journal, put journals source, put recurring journal. So these are the related with journals that we have it. If I want to cancel multiple journal in the system, so I can utilize this bulk load. If I want to upload a create journal, then we will go for this one, import journals WS background. But similarly, we have other modules as well. If I want to upload supplier invoices, we have their web services as well. Cancel supplier adjustments. We will discuss this thing. Supplier invoices, put supplier invoices history. So these are the different web services, and you have a good idea about these web services, which service utilize for which purpose, then you can build up your EIB easily. So here I am putting here accounting journal, and my journal is import accounting journal background process. So this I will upload it through attach file. So once I call this one, then click next. This step is completed. Then the third step is transform. Now transform is that this is a model, template model that will be created, that will be transformed into, and then it will be delivered. So it's verified this is a template model or not. So this is the type we have it. If there is any integration involved, then you can add up here, get data here. So we don't have any API or get data. We can call it API here as well in the web services, and then we can attach it. But right now, simple Excel file that we will download as a template, and then we will upload it as well. So next step is the deliver Workday web services operations. That is there. And finally, you will review all the steps. You verified it that all the informations are correct. Yes, it's correct, and click OK. So your EIB is just EIB is created. Your program or steps are completed, but your template is not yet created. So how it can be? That is view integration system, ZT journals EIB is there. Go to related action button. And here we have option and down template model. And here we have generate spreadsheet template. Once it will be asked you generate spreadsheet template, and it asks you it will be Excel or XLSX or XML, which way you want to do for it. So we are not going for upload anything from any middleware. We go it directly from Excel. Okay, are you sure? You will confirm it, and then you will submit it. System execute a program to, add a template. So I'm going to refresh, processing start. Template is created. It's just a simple template, so it has been created now. So once it will be created, so there are two ways to view this template. One way is that it will come into in your email box. If it is not, then you can download from here in output files. So if I go to the output file, this is a template that has been generated. Let's download it. And here if I show in the folder, and if I copy it, and if I paste it here at the front side, if I open up this journal, it's the template. This is the template that we have it. Okay. Don't want to sign it. Okay, now it is a protected view. The product is not activated. It will allow me to update. Yes, okay. Now here, this is the normal format of every template. So if I zoom in a bit and show you, there are 4 levels: area, restrictions, format, and fields. Area means that which area you are talking about. So if I open up here the create journal form, okay, let me create it here. So this is my header. And then if I continue, then it will go for line level. Similarly, in the system, we have import accounting journal and we have line level as well. So here first is the header information, header key. Header key is the first journal. This is our first journal. Wow, this enable editing. Let's see that it will allow me. Okay. One first journal, I'm going to upload it. I'm unable to write up here. It asks me to activate. Okay, no worry. Let me close this one. I will copy it, copy this thing, and then I will paste it here. Okay, there is already exist one, so don't copy and replace. I don't want to copy and replace. I just change the name, then I will take up here. Okay. ZTEIB template. Now it will be okay. So I will open up here in my system. Yeah, it is here. Now if I open up here now, yeah. So here this is my first journal. So how many journal I wanted? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 journal I want to enter, then this will be the sequence. Okay. So right now first journal is there. Add only means that you are adding here, create journal with error. So you have to update all the relevant information we have it. So area is the top level, then restriction is required or optional. Those 2 fields are there. Required are mandatory, optional is optional. Format. So which information field that it will be? It will be a text one. And in this field, you will go for yes and no. You can see. Create journal with error. If a journal have some issue and I have error, then create it as well. Then yes, but it's optional information. So I can remove it as well. Is all optional. So, okay, accounting journal submit. Yes, I want to submit. Yes. Then company. What is the company name? So here we will go for reference ID. How to find the reference ID? So let's go into the system. And what is my company name? I will find it, their reference ID here. So here, view company. That is GMS USA. Click OK. And to a related action button, we have to search its ID now. ID is always be for any entity, you will go for integration IDs and view IDs there. And so here the company reference ID is this one, GMS USA. Copy it and then the company reference ID, and you have to paste it here similarly. If you paste it here, GMS USA, it will give you the error. Currency is the USD by default. Ledger type is actual. And you can find the ledger type here in the system as well, because we are doing so many times. So we can do ledger type and search this. So here, actual, we have it. And here we can search this ID here the same way, view IDs. And it's actual commitment obligations. This is group ID. This is not the correct. Let me go back. First of all, I will open up. Then actuals, and then IDs and view IDs. So here you can see actual is there. Earlier one is there not correct, so I would put it here this way. Actual. Okay. Then we have accounting period. Format will be look like this way. 2022-10- today is 12. All right. Should be -10-12. No worry that if change the format as per your formatting, so don't worry about it. But your first enter point, it should be like this way. So system adjusted accordingly. Now general source, that is asterisk mark, and it is mandatory. Again, manual journal. Now you have to search the manual journal here. Journal source. Last day we see that maintain journal source. Okay, this one is there. Okay, only journal source you can report, extract the report as well. This one there. And here, whatever the journal that is like manual journal, search it. Filter. And open up this journal line, and then here go to related action button, the view IDs. So manual underscore journal is there. But here, journal source is not the manual here. Why is it so? Because the source is Excel. So we have to here search the exact source. So if I open up again, and here the source is Excel spreadsheet. We have by default Workday given spreadsheet source. This one, spreadsheet import. So this is our source. So I will here update this one. View IDs, not manual journal. So this is my source. Okay, so this is there. Balancing work tag, quantity, order, optional, rate, we will discuss later. Attachment, if attachment is there, if you put it one required, then you have to fill up rest of information. Otherwise, attachment is overall optional. And then accounting journal, that's it, and that's all. So we have fill it up the header information. So our time is up now. So tomorrow we will fill up this line information, and then we will upload our EIB journal in the system and verify that data. So we created one template. Let me open up that template, and we have we filled one header information. And if I open up create journal here, so this is the header of the journal, and we have here this one, and then what is today's date, and this is manual journal. Okay, we have filled this header information in our journal template, and all the mandatory information we did fill in, and we discussed the reference IDs. Now we're going to start our line level, net line level, that is the same that we have it at the header. Same information, area, restriction, format, and field. Header key, that should be equal to this header key. If it is a one journal, then it should be there. If it is a two journal, second journal, then you will put it here, two specifically, so that the line will be linked with that. So I'm gonna first create one journal, then I will create another journal with the same thing. Then line, okay. Line key is the debit and credit that we have in the system. If we have one's line 1 and this is line 2, and one is debit, another is credit, we have it. So here I will put it 1 and 2. First is debit and second is credit. Then if I justify this fields to look into better way, okay. Line company, that is the optional one, but here at the header, it was, we say that it was mandatory. So line company, we have fill in this one, GMS VSS. So you can fill the same line company here, but it's optional here. So ledger account and account set, these are the optional one. So I'm going to debit amount and credit amount. Debit amount is something I consider it 111, and here the ledger account is here. So ledger account is the same that you can find it here. So the cash debit, and we have a revenue here. So here we have management fee revenue 4999 and 1000. So here we will put up here 1000 and 4999. So this is my sales journal, debit and credit all filled. Currencies here are optional at the line, whereas we here is the mandatory. So same, you can fill it or not, it's up to you. The rate and ledger debit and ledger credit, we will discuss this part today after EIB. What is the meaning of that? Unit of measure, quantity that I'm leaving as it is. Then we have work tags, and then go to the right side, text detail. I don't want to enter anything, taxable information, and that's it. So line information that I filled in, this is 2 lines with the relevant information. So I'm going to save it. I'm going to close it and then copy this thing and take into my system back in the here the same way the header we have it. So copy and replace. So my journal is updated here. So now I have to upload this journal. So how to upload this journal? So we have a task, launch schedule integration. This is the task from where we upload the journal. So integration mean what is my EIB number? That is was the name was ZT journal EIB. Organization is optional. I'm keeping it blank. Run now. Yes, I want to run it now. This is the execution part that when you want to run this EIB. So I'm running right now. So this is the form of integration where I call my EIB. Now I will link this EIB with my template. So here you can see that attachment import background process is there, and here I will add a create integration attachment, drop down or select the value from here, and that is at ZTEIB successfully uploaded. Click OK, and it's fix the time that at what time it is executing now, and then click OK. Now the process is triggered. Until unless it will not be completed, we cannot check our journal. So first of all, refresh it. 82% is completed. So more data you have it, more time it will take. So we have only one journal, so it will not have take any much time. In seconds, it will upload it. So here we have one error. System shows that one error. And if we refresh it again, then it's not uploaded. Error completed with errors. So what is the error? Let's check. Click on this link. An error is enter information does not meet the restriction defined this field in company reference. Okay, company reference. So this was the. So here, what I will do, I put in my company reference already. Control F, company. Some company reference is missing, that is sits. So here we have at the top, then we have it at this level, and this is company reference ID. So reference ID, it says that restriction defined for this field. The restriction is there. Some restriction that is defined for this field. Okay, what I can do, let's go into the system, and this is my company reference IDs, and I can, if I open up, and let's check once again the reference ID is correct or not. Oh, I don't know what restriction has been pasted here, but let's check it. So go to integration IDs and view IDs. It's organization ID that is there, and that is there. Okay, let's put it this one and change it this way, then and try it once again. Although this is not, this should not be any problem. Let's see that if it is making any issue for us. It's not saving. Let's see, it's not allowing me to save. Okay, fine, no problem. Let me do that here. It verify every fields in the templates that should meet up the required criteria. If anything, any field is wrong, data is incorrect, then it will prompt error. So again, it shows me the same error, I think. Company name. Okay, one thing I can do, for example, go to, I would change the company, GMS USA, or I put it here. I created one more company here, XP, that should come in. New company. And here I put it XP. This is my company I use for the training, another training. So I just use it, this company information, and try to upload this journal. 1 minute. So here, integration ID, view IDs, and we have XPCOM. Let's see if giving me not any problem. Okay. Control-Z. Just to verify one more thing, the period and the account number that is there. I need to verify this thing. Yes. So if I create journal, okay, April date is there, and then what is the error? Is not open. Okay, so I will change it here 06. I need to check its period now. No problem. We can do that. You can. So now we are going to have next topic is the revaluation, translation, and consolidations. Okay, for the revaluation purpose, we need to understand first of all the currency. So we have a currency here that is we discussed already, that is USD, and we are discussing here revaluation. What is the revaluation means? Revaluation means that, for example, I have certain assets and I have liabilities, and I purchased that asset last year 2021 in August 2021. I purchased a vehicle, and that I purchased it from a UK brand. Some UK is GBP, and that costs something 2500 GBP. And if I convert it into USD, then if the rate, exchange rate, if you know that exchange rate, then it, if I consider 1.12, this is my rate. So in USD, what is the amount will be? It is something multiply by GBP to USD 1.12. Okay, the USD is there. For example, this is the USD, and if I want to convert into GBP, sorry, GBP rate is always high. Then I would multiply this rate with this one. So the overall 2800 GBP, consider that is the amount that I've paid. It's August 2021. Now today, if rate is 2022, and I want to realize that the vehicle that I purchased, the asset that I purchased, what is the value today of this asset? So if the rate is something 1.50, it is high, and the same assets will be high, that is 37,550, meaning that we are here earning, because the value is high, so we $950 that we are taking more today if we want to sell this vehicle today. But similarly, if vehicle this in 20 October, if November, consider that 2022, same vehicle and the rate is 1.9, 1.1 something, okay, 1.89, consider this one. Then I would say that my vehicle value will be low as compared to my purchase date. So I am basically losing the amount. What I mean to say is that the exchange rate will basically give us gain or loss for the after some time. Okay. Now point is, why we need this revaluation? Revaluation means that you want to revalue your overall all the assets and overall all the liabilities for the current date if you want to purchase or sell your business. For example, in December, you want to sell your overall business. So you have to realize that how much amount the current I have asset owned since I did purchase, for example, vehicle, plant, equipment. Similarly, we have liabilities as well. So I basically convert this amount with this. After some time, I need to realize that how much asset that I own today and what is their current value. So that value is called, we are revaluing our asset by today's date. Either we are gaining something loss or either we are gaining something. Okay. So this is called a revaluation in the system, in the accounting, sorry. Now in the system, there are a lot of assets and there are a lot of liabilities that are there. For the one assets, one liability, we can do it easily. Either we are gaining or loss. But if there are multiple assets, I have 200 vehicles, I have multiple plants, I have multiple equipments, I have multiple liabilities that I need to pay. So how to calculate all of this information in the system? in just a single click is the revaluation. So how to configure this thing? Now configuration is very important, and all the configuration basically based on one point, that is that's called currency conversion. Meaning that my business currency is USD, and now I want to sell to the UK company, so I want to convert into GBP so that my company can analyze its value in the GBP. Or if there is another example, for example, I have a group and we have two companies in UK and the USA. Now my group said that I want to value my assets with a single currency in the USD. So my currency is the USD, revalued currency. So the asset exists in the GBP. For example, this is 300,000 pound, and this is something 400,000. So I cannot see that, I cannot plus it this way because it is wrong. It is GBP, it is USD. So I have to convert not this transaction, but at least UK transaction into USD so that my manager or my CEO can realize how much assets I have it in the USD right now. So first of all, I have to convert this into USD, this amount, and then I can give this report to my CEO. So this revaluation functionality utilized for this purpose as well. Now, for this revaluation, you have to maintain the currency conversion. What is the currency conversion? And there is a currency conversion type. So on a daily basis rates, you maintain under one type, they are called current. This is just a name. So all the rates that is basically maintain USD to GBP. For example, today is the 13th of October, and we have 12th October as well. And then we have all of 11th October. So the rate maybe varies based on their exchange rate, and that rate basically come from different websites, different banks that are monitoring these rates. We have State Bank of America, or some exchange rate that like Bloomberg, FX. These are the money markets that are given these rates. So if I go back into the system and if I show you something here, for example, like Google, Bloomberg exchange USD to GBP today's rate. So Bloomberg would say that today's rate is to GBP 1.109 to USD and Euro and all of that. And we have here exchange rate in the market, exchange market, we have it. Okay. This is 0.8866, that GBP, USD to GBP, that is the inverse rate. So meaning that rates are coming from these websites or from these institutions. Okay, so this is the rate that is provided by different institutions, but the rate of all the systems are the same, of all the institutions are the same. So today is 1.19. Probably tomorrow it will be fluctuation not be so high. So it is 1.21. It was 1.17. So here the rate is up and high based on the market situation, demand and supply. Now in the system, we maintain this rate at currency conversion, maintain currency conversion rates. Now this is the page where you maintain the currency conversion rate. There are three different areas that we need to understand. One is the simple rate. Other one is the cross rate, inverse rate. Then we have cross rate. So if USD to GBP is 1.19, but if I want to check that, what is the rate from GBP to USD? That is called inverse rate. So what I will do, I just simply equal to 1 divided by this one. So that is the inverse rate from GBP to USD. That called inverse rate. So in system, you maintain both of the rates. This is a simple rate, and this is the inverse rate. And I can copy it here same way. So the rate will vary. If I want to check from GBP to USD, it is 0.848285, whereas 1.19 it will be there. Now, what is a cross rate? Now, cross rate is nothing but simply I maintain INR to GBP as well in the system. Okay. And if I go back and check in the system, what is the today's INR to GBP? And the rate is something in Bloomberg 0.018. 0.018. So it means that it is sorry, I did one mistake. Just give me 1 minute. It's USD to GBP exchange rate is here. USD to GBP, yeah. I mistakenly this one. It is just GBP to USD rate. Okay, because the USD is my base currency. So I'm calculating from base GBP to USD, it is 1.1. So here USD to GBP is there. Okay, so that will be inverse. Now, if I want to check INR to USD, because USD is my business currency. So I need to check it INR to USD. It's giving me a different thing. This is Bloomberg INR to USD, yes. It is 0.0121 USD, 0.0121. So now if I want to need to check from INR to GBP, this will be a cross rate. Whereas USD in between, GBP to USD, and then INR. So if I want to check GBP to INR, this will be a cross rate from here to here. Okay, this is called a cross rate. So first I will show you that how to maintain in the system that what is the GBP to USD that is there. Then I will show you how to perform a transaction in the system, and then we will go for the revaluation. So first, simply, I will go in the system and I'll just show you the type is current. There are different types in the system. What is the meaning of current? That this is the today's type. Under daily basis rate, we are maintaining current. So under current, I want to check that how many rates has been maintained in the system. For if there is today's rate, then see someone has maintained or not. Okay, no one has maintained the rate today, but previously we have it. So if I call again, and here GBP to USD, GBP to USD, it's 1.30 that is maintained on 30th September. Afterward, no one has defined it. So this is GBP to USD that we have it. Now, for example, if I want to maintain today's rate, then I will say that this is my rate, click OK. And today's rate is 1.12. So we maintain rate at current on 30th at the time, that is 12 p.m. that is there. If you want to calculate inverse automatically, then you can check it, then you don't need to upload it here. System automatically calculates USD to GBP, and that is GBP to USD here. So and we will discuss the cross rate later on. So first I will define it here. You can see GBP to USD 1.12, whereas USD to GBP 0.89 something system automatically calculated. Okay, so this is how you maintain in the system. So for example, you purchase an item, purchase cell phone, iPhones. So purchase iPhone in GBP, and that is amount is something 1200 GBP. So the transaction is iPhone debit and cash is credit, 1200 GBP. And mind it that my currency is, business currency is USD. So here, okay, so now we will enter this transaction on today's rate, that is 1.12. That is the rate. GBP to USD we have it. Okay, sorry, GBP to USD we have it. So ultimately, if I multiply this one, how many USD we have it? That is 1344. Let's check in the system. So here I will create journal. It's not create journal here. We already created a journal, and here we will enable multi-currency. XP current is there, so I would add up here my current that is there. This one that I maintain it today. Click continue. What is the error? The budget grid is not open. Okay, so this one is the different one. So GMS USA, and it is today's rate. This is the previous rate, so I maintain today's rate. System should show me exactly the same. Now on the line, you can see that we add up 4 more lines. Sorry. One is currency, other is rate, and ledger debit amount, ledger credit amount. So what I will do here, I would see that cell phone, iPhone, someone has created iPhone or not. There is no iPhone. Anyhow, let's take one example that we have. Nothing is available. So I will put it a building, just consider a building. And cash is there. And the amount is 1200. But the transactional currency is now GBP. So when I put it the GBP, system automatically take 1.12, and the USD is equal to 1344, and it multiply 1200 with 1.12. Similarly, 1200 here. So if, for example, I put it a random currency, which is not been used by anything, just to give you an example, then system give you the error that there is no rate exists. So you have to give them the rate, not defined. So it will not allow you. It's different, some different currency. So system give you that the currency, whatever that you have selected, the rate should be defined, that automatically comes in 1344. So this is called multi-currency journal. Okay, this is called multi-currency journal, and if I submit it, and that's it. There it is. So now if I want to just take an example of the revaluation, if I want to take the revaluation example here, let's create one scenario. If it is you understood properly, the ledger currency is my USD business currency. Ledger currency is there. GBP is my transactional currency now. Okay, click done. Now, if I want that, for example, I want to revalue it. So we have certain revaluation steps here. Conversion type. Okay, conversion, conversation, not conversation, conversion. If you talk about the setup, then we have a conversion type, currency conversion type. Currency type. Yeah, maintain currency rate type. Sorry. This is here that you maintain the type. By default, Workday given you the current, but you can define as per your business required. Like I had it is XP current here, but we have average and we have historic as well. We will discuss average and historic in our translation model for consolidation. But for the revaluation, only current is being used. And one step is there that currency conversion rate type. And then other one is that currency conversion rate. Currency, maintain currency conversion rates. Here, you have to mention the date, which date, and you have to mention the type here, current, and which currency that you want to put at the transaction. That will be the source currency. That is, for example, is GBP or INR. This is the transactional currency, source currency, and the target currency is USD, is your ledger currency or business currency. So when you have it, and you will click OK. If it is blank, meaning that for this date, 13th of October, it is blank. But last update is last currency that is maintained. That is 10th February that is maintained there. So whereas I had just defined GBP, so I will show you GBP here. Okay, so this is GBP. Now here you can see 1.12 I have defined here, GBP to USD. Okay, if I click auto inverse, then it will calculate from USD to GBP. Okay, as well. So if I click over here, also show us the inverse as well. Let me check here. Yeah, here it is showing you. GBP to USD, USD to GBP, it is there. Okay.
Okay.
Now, let's take one scenario to understand this revaluation. And that is there. Scenario is that to understand the revaluation, if I go back to the system, for example, I purchase one asset or vehicle in a month, that is October, 1st of October. That vehicle, I purchase it. Yeah. So vehicle, I did purchase it. And vehicle, if I purchase it, that transaction will be vehicle debit and cash credit. And that is A plus. A means asset plus and A minus is asset minus. And the amount is 200. Consider that that is 200. 200 GBP. Okay. On 1st of October. 200 is here. Now, if it is 200 GBP, and the value of that is 1.515. That is exchange rate. And the USD exchange rate, it is there. Okay. On 10th of October, we purchase another vehicle. And this is the same. Then we say that it's the value is 1.35 something, 3509. Okay, and that is there. Okay, and now we want to run the revaluation of these two assets, and it always run on at the end of the period, and we consider that we have 31st of October. Okay, and here on the 31st of October, the rate is 1.85 something, 8501. So this is the rate of the day, today's day. So let's calculate that when I purchase 1.515, rate is as compared to today's rate is low, and it is 1.3509, that is low as well. But here, instead of assets, I just change my scenario here, and I just purchase a material, and I have to pay liability here, A plus and L plus, and the value is something 300 that I purchase it. So this is the where we have assets impact, material asset is there, liability impact as well. Now I want to check this scenario that either I am gaining something or I am going to lose something. Okay. So how to do that? So we have a setup step. And setup step is that first of all, we will define exchange rate. Then we have defined we will verify the accounts, not the account, and we will verify the accounts. And then we will verify we will enter the journal. And when we enter the journal, then we will create or define a revaluation group. Then we will define revaluation rule, and then we will run the revaluation. These are the steps that we will perform. If you understand the scenario, then you will understand the revaluation concept. If you have any question, then you may ask. Otherwise, we will proceed for these transactions. Okay, that's good. So let's first of all, instead of October, I'm utilizing the November because I already defined one rate there. So now I'm changing my period only. Maintain currency conversion rate. Currency conversion rate. Yeah, here. So here, instead of October, I will go for the November. Now, for example, the current is there. And the currency is GBP to USD. And that will be inverse as well. Click OK. And the rate is something 1 point. What was that? Let me check. 1.515. 1.515. So this is the rate, and that will calculate the inverse as well. One rate is calculated. Now I'm going to calculate the second rate. That is on 10th of November. This is inverse as well. Value is current and GBP to USD. And that is something that we have here, 1.3103509. That is there. And that is inverse will be calculated as well. So our transaction is picked up. Now final rate of the day, that is on 30th November, the 31st of, 30th November, invoice rate current. Here that is 1.850 something, 1.8501. Click OK. Now here we have defined the 1.8505. This one is the previous one, and then we have it. So now my setup is completed. Exchange rate is defined. Now I have to verify the accounts that vehicle, material, and accounts payable exist or not, so that we can enter the journal. So I would go for here, and here I would see that edit account set. Edit account set. No, sorry, it is. And we have CFA, that was our account set. And here I will verify first the vehicle, that is vehicle depreciation is there, but not the vehicle account. Okay, let me check one more here. No vehicle is there, so I would define one account, and that is added. Sorry, not added here. This one added here, and vehicle account is started with 1660 something. 1220. Let's see that it would be available. Yes, vehicle. And I will put it here ZT as well to have the idea. Assets. We know that cash is here, so we don't need to define cash. So here you can see cash we already have, it is 1220. Here 1220. Cash is 1000 that we have already. We need to check material. So here I will check inventory or material is the same. No inventory, no material, no material. So I will define it here. So it is material account direct. Identifier is, sorry, it is something material 1225. It's already exists. So 1330. Yeah, material. Put it ZT as well. And here assets. Click to another. And just to write up here first 1330 is there. And then AP account. Why I'm putting this thing and put it this effort so that whoever calculation should be accurate. That's why I'm doing this thing. So here we have accounts payable. Accounts payable 2000. So it's there. So our account is clear now that we have did this activity. Now enter the journal. So what we discuss here on this day, this is November. Now, going back to enter this journal now. So first journal, I will create it. Yeah, this one journal is already there. So here we have manual journal, that is current is there as well. And the date is very important. So date is 1st of November. And here, first account is vehicle. ZT vehicle, and that is 200. And transaction is GBP. And you can see rate is coming now, that is 303. Now cash credit, that is 200. That is coming now. So transaction is booked now. The first transaction on 1st of November, that is booked. Click submit. Now I'm going to create another journal, that is GMS USA. That is on 10th of November. And that is as well. And here, current. Click continue. And here we have material. That is 300 GBP. And here accounts 2000. That is there, 405.27. That is a USD. Click save. Now our journal is created. These two journals are created. Now we will define the revaluation group and rule. First, I will define the rule, then we will go for the group. So define revaluation, create group or rule, first rule. So what is the rule? Rule said that how you maintain your evaluation. For asset, you want to maintain separately. So your rule is that the revaluation, assets revaluation. You can create one rule as well, but it's up to you. So the company is my GMS USA for this rule. Time frame, that it is periodically, that monthly base you want to run, summary based or yearly base. It is a period. And balance or activity. Balance or activity means that, for example, in accounts, we said that if I want to check that, what is the, if I purchase, for example, 3 vehicles, 100, and vehicle 2 as V2 is there, cash is there, that is 200, and we sell 1 vehicle as well. So that is cash debit, V1 credit, that is 300. So now if I want to have, these are the 3 activities that are there. These are the 3 activities are there. What is the balance mean? That what is the vehicle balance that we have it? How to calculate? So first it's debit, then plus, it's debit again, then it's minus because it's credit. So what is the vehicle balance? We have a 0 balance now. So if I change the amount here, for example, 400, 450. So vehicle balance is, total balance is 350. Overall vehicle we have it. Okay. Similarly, we can calculate the cash balance and that shows that 350 as well. So here in the system, you are maintaining activity wise or balance wise. Then here you need to set up your accounts. Accounts is I maintain is vehicle, he is here. So I just call vehicle. ZT vehicles. And then we maintain assets. Another asset is my material. I call both assets here. type is current, that is okay. Then work tag, if it is any that you want to tag it, otherwise make it open. Then what is the offset account? What is the offset account and realized gain, unrealized gain, translation gain and loss? So here we utilize in the revaluation, realized or unrealized. Realized mean that, for example, if I purchase this vehicle on 450 on last year, June 21, and now I purchase it and sell it on today's, that is October 22. So the rate, the cash that is purchased, that purchase or sell is something 450 minus this one, that is 150. That means that when you sell it out, that you receive a cash, that is realized gain. But this asset, this second vehicle that I purchased it on August 21, I didn't sell it now, but the today's rate is something that I'm getting some amount, so that called unrealized. Okay, so when you purchase and sell and you take the cash, and that is means that you realize your profit. And if you didn't sell it, but you just want to check that either I'm gaining or losing something, that called unrealized. So for the assets here in the system, I would say that this is unrealized, but cash will give me the realized one. So I would say that this is two assets. Click OK. First rule is set in. Now I'm going to create another rule. Create a revaluation rule. Probably here that I would say is ZT cash. And for ZT cash, I would say that GMS USA. This is my company. Period. Balance is there. And that is cash. Cash is there 1000. That is realized. And third one is there. That is ZT liabilities. And here the company is GMS USA. And we have time frame is period and balance, and the liability account is 2000. Give me 1 minute, please. So here we have that is unrealized here. If we lose something, okay. Now click OK. So we have realized it. Now our rule is set it. 3 rules. One is for one is for assets, one is for liability, and one is for cash. The rules are set. Now you can group your rule into one group. You can create one group. If you have multiple rules, so instead of running for every rule, you can create one group and execute those. So group is, I'm not creating any group right now, but just to show you, group you can create it. And here you will call all of your rules ZT. Revaluation rules. ZT assets, ZT cash, and ZT liabilities. Let's create it. ZT. So that is created. Click done. Now we have created our group. Now we can execute the final steps. Run revaluation. Yes, we can execute now. Run a revaluation. And here I will call my group ZT group instead of all of the rules. Let me group is here. At end we have ZT group. Company is GMS USA. And for which period I'm running for November 2022. So it execute for only November period, and all the revaluation account and entry that will be there. So now I'm going to submit it and trigger the process. Refresh it. Now it's completed. Now we can see that there is a revaluation. 3 revaluation results are there. If I open up this revaluation results, one is the asset, 2 is the cash, third one is liabilities, 216.78, 53,587.70, 6,000 that is in progress. Let's check it out what is happening here. So first of all, the assets that we can check. So this is the revaluation journal that is there. And here you can see vehicle 67.02, material 149.76. Offset account is the realized unrealized gain and loss 149.67.02. That how it calculated we can see that now. Okay, now we can see that how it is calculated now. So for example, if I put it this thing here downward, and if I multiply this one first equal to this multiply by this one 303, and if I say that for vehicle today's rate is this one 370. So what is the difference? Sorry, the difference is equal to this. This is today's rate minus is 67.02. So the same it has been calculated by the system 67.02, that is there, that is debited because the rate today's rate is high. Today's rate is high. Whereas if I calculate the same for material equal to this, okay, first of all I multiply this one, and now if I say that equal to this 300 multiply by this one 55.02, and same I will if I'm okay, this one is 555. Okay, this is not rightly calculated. Minus 149.76, and here we have 149.76, and offset with the gain because the today's rate is high 1.8501. So that's why it is we are gaining something for the asset perspective. Now if I go for the other account, that is their cash is 53,000 something. So why is it so? Because let's check it out. The cash is having, we have euro as well, we have GBP as well, and offset is realized gain and loss. GBP, for that we are losing something. So why is it so? Because there are number of transactions that are already been exist. Okay, so if we want to check that what are those transactions that is being impacted, so you have to go and check here with this. Okay, let me open up a report as well. So here we have liability account as well. So let's check it. So we used a liability account payable already. So CNY GBP is there 149.76 for the GBP that we have calculated, and here 149 we did it. Same we will for this one. If I calculate it for the GBP here, same way that for liability perspective we lose something here. Okay, that is not correct, sorry. We basically equal to this minus here this one, so loss is there. Okay, so this is how we calculate the revaluation. Now we have one standard report as well, like let me show you the first one standard report, foreign currency revaluation report. Now I can run it from my system, GMS USA, which give me all the journals. November is 2022. Balance and activity balances are there. Actual current, that is there. Accounts that I wanted to have specified accounts, so I could run it. Let's run it for all. It will show me all the details there. Oh, what happened? I didn't know. Let me for this is the standard report. Period is November. So here click OK. Yeah, it's run now. So here you can see that cash is there for the GBP 518916. And if I want to check that details of this cash for the GBP, I have credited. So I just click over here, view details. And here you have two beginnings balance. And there are two manual journal 1200, 200. This is for my journal. You can see this is for my journal. And if I want to check for assets, vehicle is there, ZT vehicle. 200, 303 is the value, 1.850 rate, 370.02 is there, 67.02 is the gain. And similarly, ZT material, 300 was the transaction. After exchange rate 405.27. Current exchange rate is the 1.85 and this is 55540. And if I remove this one here, then it will show 149.76. This is the detailed report that we have it. And just to wrap up the things, revaluation is just to give you the idea that today I am gaining something or I am losing something with respect of currency conversion from one currency to another currency. So if we have a multiple currencies, like in the system, we have AUD, GBP, Euro is there, Canadian dollar is there. So it is very hard to calculate. HKD is there, Hong Kong dollar is there, INR is there. So it is very difficult to analyze all of this calculation by one. So system gives you this functionality reevaluation in the system that you can run it easily. So that's all for the revaluation. It is quite hard topic. In a single 1 hour session, it is very difficult to grab the things. But and unfortunately, it is not. This topic is not exist in the guide as well. So you have to Google it first if you want to go in detail. A lot of material is available if you want to understand in a detailed way what is the revaluation, why, what is the purpose of revaluation, why we create this revaluation that is there. Is translation. What is the meaning of translation? Why we create the translation? That is very, very common in any multinational companies. For example, my company is exist in US and the UK, and I have head office in the US. Okay, HO at US. Now, what I want that my company should every year the company UK and the USA submit their financial report to the head office so that they can analyze that for the year, either they are gaining or either they are losing. So what happened that if USA submitted the USA group of CEO, then it is okay because the currency is the USD. But UK submitted, then their currency is the GBP. So there is a requirement from my company CEO that I need all the financial statement of both companies should be in USD. So I need to convert this GBP to USD. So meaning that I'm translating my financial statement, and like we have a financial statement balance sheet from GBP to USD. Okay, this is my requirement. So how to do that? We have a functionality here that called translation. So if I say that, what is the difference between revaluation? Because we are doing the same thing for revaluation. Now we are doing the same thing is for happening for translation. So what is the difference? So the difference is very simple, that we normally revalued our assets and liabilities only. Okay. Whereas translation happen on overall financial statement, because this is a parent company and we have two subsidiary company. So subsidiary company need to update their financial status to the parent company because this is your group company or a parent company is there. So you have to be very careful that how to you are converting your financial statements that is exist in GBP. Now they want to look the same financial statement into USD. So we are translating subsidiary company translating their financial statement into parent company, that is HOUS. And we said that that is the THOUS is there that they are transferring. Okay. So now question is that if I show you something here that what is the difference and what is the translation. So translation I have given you as per the US law, you have to translate your currency, and in the USA we have a GAAP standard, general accepted accounting principle. So we have to translate all of our transactional financial statements into your parent company. And if it is a deviation within the currency rate from GBP to USD, then you have to properly inform within your financials statements that what is the deviation there. So now question is, what is the difference between conversion, revaluation, and translation? As I said you earlier, conversion is the simply that you convert it. It refers to the foreign currency transactions that are immediately converted at the time of entry of the ledger currency of the ledger in which transactions take place. Whereas revaluation, as I told you earlier, that happened for your understated or overstated fluctuation in the exchange rate between your assets and the liabilities. Okay. Whereas translation refer to the act of restating an entire ledger or balances for a company, meaning that entire ledger, whatever the entire ledger and balances you have, you convert it into from one currency, foreign currency, to your ledger, from ledger currency to your foreign currency. So this is a difference between revaluation and the translation as well. Okay. So if I go to the system and how to design this translation, let me show that so that you got the idea that what is the way to create this translation. So we have a translation method. Create translation method and view translation method. If I view that translation method, here I'm gonna convert it. For example, I want to show you translation method that we have it here. Average, current assets, historic, XY. Okay, let me check that which one is the appropriate one so that I can show you. Okay, average. So this is the translation method, average we have it. It says that this method is average, and we are only applying on the financial year activity, not on the balancing beginning balance. Beginning balance, that previous year balance will be your this month, this year, your beginning balance. So it didn't apply over there. It's apply on the financial year activity. Now, similarly, we have a translation method, and we have translation. We create three different translation method. One is called current. Other one is average, and then we have historic. Why we create these three methods? Because current only apply on your assets and liabilities. Because you want to check that what is your assets position in today's rate. So you take assets and liability for that. Whereas the average we utilize for expenses and revenue. And historic is utilized for capital. Okay, so these are the three major methods, and these are the account type that you design it based on your method. Once you design your method, then you have to set in these method and translation rule. Translation rule, that is create, edit, and view. Let's view it some translation rule. So my company rule was I'm checking the GMS USA. So first of all, I need to check that which rule is applied. So how can I view it? View company. And we have GMS USA. Click OK. Go to the related action button and view the accounting details in the company action here. View accounting details. Here we have a translation. Translation currency that is empty. That we can assign right now. We didn't assign, that is not assigned. Someone has changed it, I think. But the translation rule set that is there, that is consolidation. So let's see that. What is the consolidation? Consolidation is the rule set name, not the consolidation activity. We will do this consolidation activity in a later stage. But first of all, this is the rule method that is there. This is my charts of account and the company is here, that is adding. So here we have assets, that is for, wow, someone has made it all of them. Equity for this one, expense for average, income for average, and liabilities for current asset, current, and here for assets as well. Someone has created C1 own and then applied here within that one. So I can change, edited, and let me check that if I can delete it, this one. No, it won't allow me because there is a transaction that is there. Okay, so no problem. We will disable it. Then if for each and every type you have set in your method, but if you specifically assign some code or some ledger account summary, then you can assign it specifically that translation method as well. Okay, so this is there that you create the translation method. These are the translation method to your account type or a specific ledger account, then you can set in as well. So once it will be set in, then you will assign this translation rule to your company, like here. Translation rule is assigned, but translation currency is blank. So you can assign the currency as well. That in which currency, because this is a USD company where the currency is the USD already. So I would add up here, instead of USD, I would say that I will change into GBP, consider that. So here, go to company and then added company accounting details. Now here, consolidation is there. Now translation currency is my GBP. Okay. Now it is assigned. Now I want to see all of the ledger in GBP because the USD it's their base currency. So click OK. Now I can check translated report. I can run translated balance sheet. Where I should copy sub-report, generalized, translated. Okay, this one is there. Translated trial balance. Let's see that. Okay, someone has changed it, or a lot of changes they have made it here. Okay, let's check translated trial balance here, consolidated. Tesla trial balance on concept. Company is GMS USA. Ledger is actual. Type is activity based. Period is, I would say that last 12 periods. And the last 12 periods will be October. And then translated currency I want to see in GBP. And translated rule set is consolidation. So click OK. So you can see that now I have my currency USD, but now I have created my whole trial balance into GBP that already been converted. So for example, if I can see my 1000 cash is there or not. Let me check. Yeah, this one is the cash, that is a negative. Total difference is there. So I would do a debit amount and see that this is the 100 and the GBP is translated currency. And if I open up this journal, which I have created, it is not opening here. Sorry, here. So this one. Now here you can see the currency is the USD journal. So we are saying the whole trial balance into translated currency GBP. Here I can view that balance sheet as well. Consolidated balance sheet and do not use. Let's see that we can have it here, translated currency here. So my company is GMS USA. Ledger is actual. No books, only periods is there. So last, current and prior period. So I'd say that 2021 October. Translated currency is USD already, so I change it into GBP because my company currency is USD. Rules is already set in. And now calculate translated gain and loss as well. So I can gain and loss as well. This gain and loss calculated on the same way that we did it for revaluation. So here you can see that the translated GBP balance is year to date 2021, 2022. That is being shown here right now. Current assets, current assets, current assets. Overall variances is there. This report shows are different, but someone has changed it. But anyhow, let's see that current liabilities, we have it. So with respect of what, let me check for this month. Okay. So we have beginning balance, we have sources are there, accrual liabilities are coming up. So this is what that the whole report that turned into your translated currency. So this fulfill your requirement. This is just to build up the method and the rule and then apply the rule there, and you can avail or you can view that reports easily. So this is translation. Now translation is if you translate your currency, then you can perform consolidation as well. What is the consolidation? You are basically turn your UK or USD, USA company into GBP. Now you want to consolidate both of these companies. Consolidation. What is the meaning of consolidation? So the consolidation means if I go to a financial statement that show all the assets and liabilities and operating account of a parent company and its subsidiaries. Earlier we see that for the translation we see only for one company, that turn USA company and see the currency. Now I want to see all of the company's performance with including translation. Consolidation is the part of the translation as well. For example, I want to see that in a one page, the USA balance sheet. And similarly, the UK balance sheet in a one page. So we have a report here, but before that, you have to set in the consolidation as well. How to set in the consolidation? Let me guide you. Then I will show you the report, or I can show you the consolidate first report. Then I will show you that how it can configure. So we have balance sheet consolidation is there. So consolidation is there. And if I run a consolidated balance sheet now, balance sheet, consolidated, non-consolidated, consolidated balance sheet. There are two different reports. Let's run this one. Let's see which one is the, okay, this one shows the error. Let's run the second reports. Someone has the standard reports as well. Yeah, it's now showing. So company is that. Now here, company means that you have to put it here, the hierarchy. Here I have main company, this is my parent company, and this is the hierarchy. And here this one is the subsidiary companies. One is for US and other one is for UK. And this is my parent company. So consolidated balance sheet should be run at the company level, company hierarchy level, not at the company level. Okay. So I can here, this is the consolidation corporate, this is the hierarchy. Or whatever I have prepared, then I need to put in all of these hierarchies, then I can do easily. I already shown you this thing, but let's see, let me show you on view company. View company hierarchy. Why it's not showing? So corporation. Yeah, this one is here. Corporate consolidation, supervisory hierarchy. It's yeah, why not it's showing this one? Let me check. Okay, let me check the hierarchy first, then I can show you something. So I would go for GMS USA again. This is my company, GMS USA. And here I will go for the org chart. Here we have org chart. Where we have global modern services, and then okay, there is no further companies here. Anyhow, this company is all together all alone, so there is no built in. So I can select, if I cancel it again and then we selected consolidation balance sheet. Let's take it, this is the company hierarchy and this is December 24. Currency is GBP. Consider that because consolidation is there. Book, I'm leaving it, and that's it. Click OK. Let's see that. The entered version does not meet the restriction defined for the company and the company hierarchy for financial reporting. So here that because this error comes when you didn't configure the consolidation setup. So how to consolidate the setup first? I will show you, because in the view company hierarchy, search your company. And then in the related action button, we have an action called consolidation. Okay, not company, sorry, company hierarchy. So it will not show the company. It always shows on the company hierarchy, mind it. So I have to search any company hierarchy, which shows me this stuff. So view company hierarchy, let me check. Or categories. No, we haven't. I need to find it any company hierarchy here. XP. Company US. UK. That's not there. GMS. create company hierarchy, maintain HP company hierarchy is there. And let me check this company hierarchy. So this has created HO and OH. Similar names are there, but anyhow, this is how it looks like. So if I need to check that default one, that shows me that what is a company hierarchy. Maintain grades. Not so much. Tenant is a different, and someone made a lot of changes in the consolidation. No, it's not showing me here. Give me 1 minute. I forgot one thing. I can find it here. The perfect access company hierarchy. No, it's not showing me spend hierarchies there. Whoa. Anyhow, let's check it. My company hierarchy. Let me check this one. I don't know these companies have data or not, but GMS must have the data. GMS Canada. This is the company. Let's see that if we can have it something. Global modeling services. This is a company. Oh. Yeah, it is include in consolidation North America. This is there. GMS North America, that is there. So I can check this one, these two. Then we can build up the we can check the consolidation North. Oh, that's not showing. GMS North America. This is static definition cost center is this one. So why not showing me this one? Let me check here. It's North. GMS modern Norway is coming now. Let me check that it can have it. So it's have it, but only showing me only one company without no balance. So point is, what I try to say is that wherever you have it, you have to go for the company hierarchy. This one is the company hierarchy. Go to related action button, and then you have a consolidation option, and you added the consolidation here and assign the all of these nitty-gritties. Then your consolidation will work. Okay. Now, for example, I put it here, fiscal schedule, and now the fiscal schedule should be same as you have defined for the company here. That will work, otherwise it will not work. So you have to know that what is these companies, that is standard corporate schedule, it's assigned. Account set is CFA. Reporting currency is GBP. And then consolidation parent company is there. Rule is set in if there is, definitely you have consolidation. this is the setup that you have to complete it. So once it will be completed, then you will run this report. And if I can rerun this report, consolidation. And it shows me here GMS. Let's see how many is coming. Yeah, okay, fine. Norway, Denmark, Australia, Germany, Canada, Poland. No, no, no. So this is how it shows me that, for example, this is the consolidation. Again, I will search it for consolidation, balance sheet, and now give me 1 minute. Let me check in my tenant, then I can show you something. Give me 1 minute. Stuck. It's not working as well. I think it's down. Anyhow, let me give the idea. So it's how it works that you just view that consolidation reports based on the company hierarchy. And once you did it, then all of the consolidation will be shown you on the balance sheet for the different company, but for a single currency. Let me check consolidation income statement. If it's giving me something. Again, the company hierarchy. And we have here let's take it randomly, otherwise it will consolidation. Let me check that. Okay, we have tech Tesla. Their period is showing me this one, current period. No rule is defined for this company, so it's not showing me anything here. So it's always be a challenge for you if you're new setup, then you can build up the setup and then all of these things are smoothly working. They're global company. Yeah, let me check if I have something. No rules are set for this one. The GMS, let's say. Then we have consolidation that comes automatically. And if I open up this one, income statement, then you can see that the company shows me this one and elimination is there. What is the elimination? Elimination means that in a company, in a two companies, when you sell something from one company to another company, sales, profit, interest, and loans. Whenever this kind of transactions comes in, when you send up sales, when you create a sale for your next different company, for your subsidiary, another subsidiary company, so this company will run a profit. So ultimately at the top level, the profit will be remain the same because you are taking money from one company to another company. In same cases, the interest and the loan. If one company give a loan to another company, so at the top level, the loan will be not generated. So what we do, we eliminate all of this transaction elimination. We will eliminate all of these transaction and make a setup that which elimination should be and how elimination should be work. Elimination rule is there. CFA. That is there. Click OK. Here we design the rules. Intercompany inter work tag, and these are the accounts. Inter receivables. One company sale, another one will purchase it. So this is inter receivable, intercompany receivable, intercompany payables. Then investment. From one investment to another investment. From one company you made an investment or give a loan. So for the other company that will treat as an investment. If you take a loan, then we will eliminate those transactions as well. So these rules should be defined properly. Interest activity and equity pickup. Equity pickup means a loan. Equity you take it from one company to another company. So these are all the transactions that you have to set in and you have to eliminate first. Then you can consolidate your income statement and the balance sheet as per design. So here the revenue and the cost of revenue, gross profit is 37,125 GBP. And here total net income we have at 10,038. If a same trial balance, if I run it in a USD, and I will show you here. So not trial balance, it's income statement. If a same for the same company, global 100 USA, and I would run it here for my current period, October. No, it's a USD as well, consolidation. If you remove it, no problem. Then you can see that it's not showing me anything. I need to check the report here, income statement. Some made it a lot of changes within that. Fiscal budget is there. Budget. This is our budget structure. I needed to here. But anyhow, that is the income statement that is showing me in the GBP. So this is a test environment. A lot of changes have been made, but all basically linked with this translation rules that you set in and the translation currency that you set in. So your consolidation and translation work on these two areas specifically. So this is our called a consolidation when you run it for one top level company and you extract that how many profit we have it for two different companies. But again here we have to call the company hierarchy, but unfortunately we cannot because the setup has been changed. Let me try one more try, then we will, otherwise we will proceed. If I can search it for this company. Let's try it. Yeah, this shows the error. So your setup is not been generated. Let me try one more thing here. If I run it, my system that is down right now because this is Saturday here, so my system all Saturday, Sunday will down normally. So if I run it again, then I can show it to you again once again. No, it's not. Anyhow, this is our consolidation and I will check and I will show you next time if we have some time and feasibility. Now coming towards the last topic of the GL module, that is closing. Period closing. That is the important one. So there are two types of closing. One is called MEC, month-end closing. Another one is called YEC, year-end closing. Month-end closing always be happen on the monthly basis, whereas year-end happen for the yearly basis. For month-end closing, we have very limited activity, but year-end closing, we have more activities than the MEC, because we have to transfer our balances in year-end closing, but we didn't transfer any balance in MEC. So in MEC, you have to run certain reports and close the periods. And which type of reports? First of all, you have to run ledger period reports. Ledger period status report, which shows that the number of ledgers when you close your GL module, your number of ledgers, your ledger have number of journals that should be posted, and that should not be in error status. So how we can check it? Then we have here report called two different reports. One is we have already seen in the mass period update. This is the where you close the period as well. So GMS USA is my company. Wow. Here, okay, here is there. Here the company is GMS USA. Why it's not coming? As someone has changed the role. This is Teresa. Okay, let me check here. Ledger period status. Ledger period journal status. Company GMS USA. Period is we consider October 2022. And we see that how many journals are here. It's this report shows you all of the journals that has been created, both of them, accounting journal and operational journal. So journal status first shows the GL journal status. In this month, one is created, one is in progress, and 7 is in posted, and 1 is cancelled. Okay, no one is the error. So let me check. If we go back to another month, then it shows you some July. Might be we have so that is unposted, and that is 2 is posted in a. This is accounting journal within the GL. This is operational journal, and this is a consolidated journal count if there is any. Anyhow, there is no one here. Let me check for change for September. Who is there? 47 is operational, but 1 is in progress. And is there any cancel journal? 1 is in the error journal. So we cannot close this status to close the period until unless this error journal should be sorted out. And this is the expense report journal. Expense report is our incoming topic. So what is the issue here? So you have to go open the journal and you have to find out what is the error here. So this is the operational journal, and here you can check and view the error. At least one journal line has a ledger account that has not been used for this company. But I can see that this has the ledger account that has been assigned. So we need to process this one. Let's check that it should be posted or not. So, okay, still the error is there. And I need to check that these accounts are open or closed. 7251 and 2500. These accounts are open or closed. Accounting history. And Sandeep and Logan, and error is there. So you have to fix those error. Then you will be able to close this journal where it is that. Okay, that is open up on the same. Ledger period status, I'm going to open up once again. And ledger period general status. GMS USA. That is September. So these are there. If journal is created, not posted, that is okay. If it is in progress, then you have to post it first or you have to cancel it as well. Then you can do that. For example, if I try to close this period, and how to close the period, we have here task called mass period update. Here you can open and close both periods. And here, if I check the company, okay, first of all, I need to check the year 2022. And that is something I would consider it should be here. That is this one. And then we have GMS USA. It's not that relevant. So first of all, I need to check the company ledger, sorry, fiscal schedule name exact. Then it will allow me. And these issues are very normal in nature. So I would go here and then view accounting details. And here we have fiscal schedule is WD. This one is there. So we have to put it here. WD. It's not coming. Oh. Why it's not coming? I need to check that some roles are maybe missing. That is not there. So I need to go back to the company. And here I have to check the roles. The two roles are very important. One is accountant, another is accounting manager. So let me check those roles are assigned. Then it is will be here. Quickly, I'm gonna view roles till date. And here the role is accounting supervisor is there. Accountant. So here no accountant is here, no Teresa is here. Logan McNeil have it. And then here we don't have it, Teresa as well. So I need to check INA or I can switch it to the Logan McNeil. So the person who has the role, she or she can do that. Logan. Yeah, I just try to, I'm going back. I'm take a start proxy from there directly. Okay, one more. Roles and view roles. Okay, I can do that here. Why? There is no security control. Okay, no problem. She has very limited access anyhow. Let me check one more. Start proxy again. Here, Logan. Might be this one is the relevant one. Yes, this one. Here I am gonna run the report mass period update again. And here it is WD. Why it's not coming? People really playing with this talent right now. We think this talent should be refreshed now. So let's do this activity once again to the closing process.